Rock, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, happy Monday. First on the agenda to approve the minutes of January 23rd.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Don's moved. I'll second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Miscellaneous motion. Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign 6 tax abatements in the amount of $8,575.86. It is on the property that they used to dredge, hold the dredgings from John Redmond. Would be a,
All these encompass that?
yes. Dawn did some checking earlier.
Yeah, I went down and talked to Stella, and then Connie, who's our appraiser. And it was all classified as commercial in February of this year. And they received some word that it should have been classified as ag property. So it backed it off about 90% and got it down to where it was supposed to be. And the big end of that $8,000 is on those 3 properties where all the dredging took place from John Redmond here a couple of years ago. I'll also move, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second.
Price?
The land now, when we look at these acreage, when you do the calculations, that's cheap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what it is on farm ground. What is?
Well, see, farm ground's got a different percentage, and I can't tell you, there's 6 different percentages in our tax structure, and farm ground is one of, I can't tell you what it is, we've got it here someplace. But Connie said they were, she had understood it's supposed to be classified as commercial. If we need to, we could have her come in, but they reclassified it now as ag. These other 3 properties that's here, the smaller ones, they got the total value of $19,000 on 78 acres.
I'd like to buy
And the next one's $32,000 on 112, I'm sorry.
I'd like to buy 78 acres of anything for $19,000.
Yeah, but it's,
Commercial or agriculture.
well, the agriculture got a lot lower percentage, Tom, and I can't, maybe we ought to have.
No, I was just bringing that, I thought it worth mentioning. So.
Comparing the other 2, one of them was Kenneth Ray Richards on the others, and comparing them to where they moved that down, it looks like it's comparable now.
Yeah.
Those other 2 properties were in the Spring Creek area, which would be definitely an ag classification.
So I guess they were commercial while they were dredging, and now at this point, they're going back to the ag classification. Is that correct?
Okay.
Moved by Dawn, seconded by Steve. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign letters to cities regarding first half distribution of 2023 infrastructure funds.
So moved.
Moved by Tom.
I'll second.
Don, second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to authorize direct the chairman to sign letters regarding 2023 city park recreation grant funds.
So moved.
Tom moved.
I'll second.
Steve seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. This next one is one that Tim Johnson was on. And I believe we got Steve, did we talk about that previously?
It was showing that I was on that, but I've got four other
Things you're on?
things I'm on.
And,
I mean,
Tom, you're the alternate for this, aren't you? Is that right, Angie?
I believe so, yeah.
Was this,
I mean, I can.
Just on the miscellaneous motion.
Yeah, it's just
Okay,
it was on the green page.
okay. I'll find it about time.
Go up one more, I think, one more tab.
Up here.
Yeah,
For-
open that tab, open that,
Okay,
right, there you
thank
go.
You know, I was looking at the assignments that the commission has. Steve's got more assignments than the rest of us. We might, I was gonna,
And I don't mind being an alternate, I mean, and I can do it, that's.
Right. Well, I'll do it. That's fine.
You wanna be the main and
Yeah.
Steve be the alternate?
That's fine.
That'll work.
Move to appoint,
Tom.
yeah, that guy.
You can-
You can do. And, Steve McCurry is, alternate. I'll make that motion, I guess.
No, second.
I'll second.
Don, second. Any discussion? Speak your piece now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Yeah, I'm looking at these listings, Steve's got
Yeah.
more than some of us. I don't know if we need to split them up a little more later on or not.
We'll do that. And-
They're back behind in these other pages.
All right, I'll find it.
Yeah, right there it is, I'm not sure
We
how far.
reorganized your books, they're in the back.
Fine, thank you.
But there's new assignments, and you've got,
Right. And that's
maybe I'll
fine.
reevaluate them a little
I mean,
bit.
I have that on your to-do list today.
Okay.
More to-do list. You just thought.
There's about 7 or 8 things on the
You just
to-do list.
quit at home, right?
I think quite a few things listed on there.
All right, we'll call 9:05.
Jeff, fire.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
Thank you, Jeff.
I'd like to, I know you should have the paper in front of you. I'd like to reorganize this a little bit and talk about the equipment, the pavement striping, and then, request of executive session at the end to talk about, non-elected personnel. So, first thing on the agenda also, there's a copy of the rock bids in there. If you guys have any comments, it's there for review. That's what we'll be paying for. So we'll be paying for rock this year. We did get a letter, from, Mid-States. Do you have that?
We don't have the rock
Okay.
bids or the.
Yeah, I didn't get those.
Okay,
I can make copies real quick.
that'd be great. We did get a, letter from Mid-States Material, talking about fuel surcharge. I called them this morning, that will not apply to us. So the price you see on that sheet for Mid-States should be the price we pay. And we usually take our own loader out there anyway, so.
Which one's that?
Mid-States,
Where?
out by Wolf Creek.
Okay.
Wolf Creek.
That's the only one they have in the county now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At this time, it is, so. On the blade, we took bids on the blade. You seen Angie, I kind of updated a couple numbers. What that was for after we took and reviewed the bids, and Caterpillar was a low bid. We had asked in our bid specs to price it two ways, one with a fixed 14-foot moldboard, and the other way is a 12-foot moldboard with a 2-foot extension on the right side, which is kind of the setup our guys like the most, and I think Ryan agrees with that. Well, after I put the motion together, it was an afterthought, so that was an additional about $4,000 and they still kept that as a low bid on that machine. So, for the rest of you, the bottom line, instead of 274,938, 278,729. We'd budgeted about $300,000.
I'm sorry, Jeff, 278.
278,729.
That put the Caterpillar at $323,729.
Right, before trade.
Well, Jeff, I'd like to bring up some thoughts for everybody to consider.
All right.
Was visiting with my stepson. He works for APAC in Tulsa in the shop there, in their main shop. And visiting about the two different machines and just some of his thoughts on the comparison of the Cat to the John Deere. He felt like the John Deere has a much more modern cab, better air conditioning system than the Cat has. You know, there's a difference in the two machines that are offered to us here. The John Deere has, this is John Deere's own deal. It's not anything that anybody else has. It has what they call a premium circle, which is this old circle where your blade turns. That all floats on greasable ball bearings, versus the Cat has nylon wear plates that it runs on. From what I can gather, that's about a 4,000 or 5,000 hour life on that needs rebuilt. Excuse me, that the pads need rebuilt. That's about $5,000 at this time. And John Deere also does offer the other type that has the wear plates, but they don't stock it because obviously this is their big selling point, that they've got this new technology or whatever you call it, but this premium circle is like a $13,000 option.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess, you know, to me, the other two things would be that the Cat's made in Brazil and John Deere's made in Davenport, Iowa.
Well, Caterpillar does have two 140s, and the one we bid, the 140-13 is a better machine than I was told it was made in China. But
Yeah,
Brazil,
well, I think this machine's made in Brazil, but the cheaper one is made in China.
Right,
That's
okay.
the information I have,
Right,
okay?
right.
I'm
So-
not,
So,
and my only other concern is that the Cat's not available till June or July, and
right. Well, and Ryan and I discussed that, so, you know, he's been a good part of all this as well.
Right.
Because I'm not gonna be left with it, they are, and.
I mean,
We
so
didn't
on your
have-
question, some of your questions there, like on the circle and the difference in the John Deere and then the Cat does have the wear strips. You know, about 4,500 or 5,000 hours, I think, is when maybe those would be replaced. You know, so in the life of a blade here, that's going to happen maybe once or twice, a couple times. And then as far as you know, where they're made, you know, I was under the assumption that it was, I mean, the Cat was American made, but maybe not.
I think I was too. I mean, we got both. We got them both.
yeah, you've
I
got
mean,
both, and I have no doubt that
same thing
either
happened last
machine
year.
will blade the road,
Yeah.
you know?
I mean, the $13,000 option on the blade turn, I mean, you're at a $10,481 difference right now. You know, so you're less than the 13,000
Right.
addition, you
Right.
know.
Well, I mean, I get that, guys, but I didn't expect that, so I can't
Can't show it.
tell Caterpillar we're not buying it because you didn't offer a premium blade circle.
No.
But
it's just-
we did the same thing last year. We bought a Deere. It was a low bid, only by a couple $1,000, and I was asked last year, well, you sure you don't want the Caterpillar? I said, well, we're gonna go with low bid, and at that time, John Deere also offers theirs in a GP, which is not an option, it just comes standard on it, so the machine we got actually had that feature as well.
Mhm.
So, we've got them both, we felt like low bid was gonna meet our specifications for this,
I have no
this
doubt
particular
that it
machine,
does,
so.
Jeff, I'm
but
not
No,
questioning
no,
that.
those are all good, those
You
are
know,
all
I
good,
just
all
wanna-
good points, and
My job
and what
is
we
to see
get-
us get the most bang for our buck.
I get you.
And if I was buying, that's what I'd be buying.
No, I
if we
get
was
you, I
spending
get
my money,
you,
you know.
100%. And
Yeah.
just a little history, so several years ago, Coffee County bought some 670 John Deeres that were supposed to be better on fuel and all kinds of stuff, and we got them, we found out they was a little light on power. Seemed like the guys didn't like them quite as much. Now, a couple of years ago, when we were buying blades, we compared the Cat to a John Deere 770s, which we felt engine horsepower wise matched a little better.
Mhm.
And then they go and change all their nomenclatures and up their horsepower and tweak everything, and next thing you know, I'm back to having to bid the Caterpillar against the John Deere 670 to try to get apples to apples.
Right,
The
right.
John Deere, you know, if you ask Caterpillar, they say, well, if you're gonna compare this machine to Cat, you need to compare it to a 770. When you ask John Deere, they say, no, the 670 is what compares to this 140, so
Well, the
they
machines,
just added.
right, the machines are comparable in weight and,
Weight and horsepower.
yeah, because you know, Caterpillar in their brochure advertises that they've got 250 horsepower, which that's with the engine fan off. The actual specs show that John Deere has more power in every gear
Yeah,
than a Cat does,
yeah.
and has a 67% torque rise versus 44 with the Cat.
Right.
So, you know,
Right.
at this
So-
point, that has changed,
I
you know,
get you.
because of,
It'll
you
change the
know.
next time you buy a blade too. Something they gotta
Oh,
be
I'm
messing
sure,
with this
yeah.
stuff all the time, so it's, we feel like we got as close to apples we could when we went to bid them, so.
I understand that.
I mean, at this point, I think my recommendation is still gonna be the Caterpillar, but if you guys wanna put it off a week and we can do that as well.
Well, you know, I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are, that was just,
Well, for me, I don't run one every day, and I don't know that much about them, so I rely on you guys' field expertise to tell
Yeah.
us.
Well, here's one of our better blade operators right here, so. I mean, we've got a little bit of
You say the
everything.
Cat's the way to go, that's the way I'd go.
You still?
I don't, I mean, for what we will be using the machine for, I mean, it's gonna serve the purpose fine.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I mean, we could look at it, we could take a week and look a little more, you know, Wade's brought up some good points there, on the equipment, and come back next week and.
and obviously they both work, you know, they're both gonna do what we wanna do. I was just looking a little bit of,
Right.
you know, and who knows, you might get the John Deere, and it might be the one that breaks down when it's out of warranty versus, you know, but this other one has the Cat has some things that we know is gonna be some maintenance issues that, you know, 45, 5,000, 9,000, 10,000 hours, you know, at least a couple times in the life of the machine. You would expect we'd have it that long, you know, there would be some additional costs.
Right.
I was a little concerned, and if you guys wanna check and see if you have one of these Cats already, don't you?
Mhm.
See where that's manufactured at. I was a little concerned about the availability of parts in the world we live in now, you
Mhm.
know? And that's not to say that the John Deere doesn't have parts in it that's made somewhere else too,
Right,
you know, but
right.
it is manufactured in Iowa, you know?
Right.
That would be a bigger selling point for me, is made in America
Yeah.
anymore.
So that's, you know, either one, I'm sure, is a job.
What kind of hours do you guys look at as far as for trade-in? I mean, when do you start looking?
Well, I think Ryan's gonna have some better ideas than what I've handled the last few years as far
Typically
as.
around 10,000 hours.
10,000.
But we're a little behind on some blades.
Yeah.
Like the one we're getting rid of now is 16,000 hours, I think.
16 plus.
And we've got several machines that are
And so
10,000 plus now.
is it a deer or is it a cat?
So it's a deer.
So have you, as far as maintenance and everything on it, you say you've got 16,000 hours on it now. So has it done well for you, or, I mean?
We've had, I mean, I can't tell you particularly on this machine, transmissions, engine overhauls.
But that's just normal with whatever,
Yeah,
cattle
we're gonna
or
find
deer.
out either one.
I think maybe they're comparable in what you've seen in that aspect, and
You know, the biggest thing I've seen in the last few that I've bought is Caterpillar resale or trade-ins been worth a lot more.
And that was my next question, as far as trade-in value, is there one that sticks out,
Right.
one over the other, I guess is what I'm asking.
Caterpillar seems to hold its value better as far as the trade-in.
And then service-wise, when you call for service, Cat versus John Deere.
Nobody beats Foley. Nobody. Not even close
I was just
for customer
curious.
service, but.
I'm just like Tom, you know, I have zero experience on any of this type of equipment. We gotta rely on you to bring the best information to us, but then Wade has brought up some valuable information too for us to evaluate which is the best choice, so. I'm not suggesting we need to wait till next week, but can we wait till next week and maybe do some more checking and
Yeah,
not,
I
and not
will,
mess
because
these bids,
I didn't ask,
and not mess these bids up?
I guess one point might, you know,
Yeah.
that we could easily find out in a week, if we've got one of these machines already, you can see where is it manufactured at, because
Yeah.
my information may not be correct on
No,
it, I don't know.
you could very well be right on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. And I'll talk to John Deere, because there could be a cost up on the 12 foot fixed and 2 foot extension as well, so that was about a $4,000.
What is
Price.
what's the, and I'm sure there's a reason, but what is different about the, what makes it work better, the 12-foot main blade in the extension versus a 14-foot permanent? Is that putting more length on that one end?
Yeah.
Is that what the difference
Yeah, it
is?
has length
Brian?
on one side, but really, when we're ditching, a lot of times it helps to take that extension off, especially when you're trying to maneuver your blade underneath
You're
your
in a
machine.
tight, going like
Yeah,
this.
and especially when you're trying to maneuver underneath your machine.
Okay,
that you put
okay.
allows you to get that blade
I'm
under.
just trying to understand, you know, the advantage of one
Yeah.
versus the other.
But I'm good with this, we'll table it. I'll see if there's any additional price.
Because the John Deere didn't have that either.
No, they
Okay.
both had,
Okay.
they didn't bid it either or. So,
You wanting to go in line on these motions, Joe? Or you
yeah,
just-
I'm already bouncing around. I'd like to do the personnel after a executive session.
Okay.
But then the pavement striping, that might be a little easier to get done. We only had one bidder.
Narrow that down, see.
So, these are the folks that, have done it every year that I can remember for us, and, and Kenny put the numbers together. It's kinda hard to tell when you're just looking at a per price gallon. If you look at the miles that we've requested them to look at, it'd be around, the total contract would be around $122,000.
Motion 2023-03, based upon the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move that bid received on January 25th, 2023 by Straight Line Striping in the amount of $24.77 for both edge striping and center striping for the cost of material per gallon, and applied for application for striping project number S2301-C to be paid from the road and bridge fund.
That's a move. I'd second that.
Tom's moved, Craig second. Any discussion?
122 miles of white striping. So there's quite a few miles we're just doing the center line.
That was some discussion we had earlier. There's another great idea from staff to try to update some of the yellow on some of the more faded stuff that we don't intend on paving over in the next year or two. It's just added safety.
The white line's adequate enough not to have to do this year.
Right. Well, at least you update your yellow, so you got something to target there. And I'll let you finish your motion first.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Here, no other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
What this allows us to do, then, we brought this forward way sooner than we usually do in the year. These companies are, volatility in the paint market and getting their prices locked down are, I guess, is about impossible. So we'll get this price locked, but what you'll end up seeing then is they'll order the paint, we'll end up paying for that paint and storing it until it's used. So to keep this price, where we know where it's at.
This price is only held for so long
Well, this price should be good,
until.
but you'll see a bid or a bill coming in, I guess, probably another month or two. He'll go ahead and order the paint since he's got the bid and get it coming and spoken for, so, but then he has to pay for it, so we in turn pay him, so, for that, so.
So your material bids, is there a motion for that?
On the rock?
Yes.
No, I believe that's all been taken care of in the motion. That's just information where our bids come in.
Now, when you guys leave out, let's just say you're gonna go up to the Waverly area and do some gravel work. All your trucks leave the yard, and I would assume either go to the quarry over by Wolf Creek or go to the Waverly quarry. You guys come out of your side down here, you're out of your yard loaded?
Not normally,
Not normally.
no.
So if you've gotta go clear, let's just say you're, I don't know, I'm just wondering if you guys would save money having some material stockpiled at
We
at your
do
location.
keep some stockpiled for different projects that they do leave out of there with. Not typically on a rock job, when we're going to a section blade necessarily, they'll load up, but certain projects and culverts and tubes will load up before we leave the shop and
For smaller amounts or something.
right,
then.
for smaller
That's it.
amounts, and then we keep that stockpile as full as we can. In the day kind of stuff where we need to make another round but don't have time to take it to a blade guy or kind of crappier weather, we'll try to restock that.
I was just thinking about, you might be passing the job you're gonna be hauling to. If you could pull one round out of
To go
the
get the rock,
yard
yeah.
to get to the job and then circle out of the quarry after that, it would save,
Right,
miles.
right,
And dollars, obviously. Oh, just food, just a question.
gotcha. Well, we still have time to do what do you want, 10 minutes?
You on time you need.
You bet.
10, what do you think, Wade?
Maybe 10 or 15.
Okay. I'd like to request a 15-minute executive session with the commission, county attorney, Ryan Durst, and myself to talk about non-elected personnel performance review.
Steve's moved. Second. Tom second, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes, we will enter at 9:32, 15 minutes.
Good, how are you? Good to see you.
Oh. So motions we got left is CP two,
Yeah, 20,
Road and Bridge 5 and 11.
yeah, yeah.
No, okay, what was that next week? Yeah.
01. Yeah. Blade's not back yet.
Right here.
The other way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well. So on that, last would be no action taken, correct? On the last
2023-01.
session, the executive
Oh, yeah,
session.
yeah, right.
Motion 2023-05, move to review and approve CP2 for Dustin Dorr transferring from truck crew supervisor to blade crew supervisor. Full-time, no wage classification change, effective 1/30/2023.
So moved.
Tom's moved. Steve second. Any discussion? Hear none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion 2023-11, based upon the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to approve the request for authorization to advertise and hire one full-time crew supervisor for truck crew in-house. No new position being added. This request will only fill current vacant position within the department due to transfer to another crew.
So moved.
Tom's moved. I'll second. Moved to seconded. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Is that all we got for you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Just sign this little thing?
Yeah, I'll sign, yeah, just sign it and I'll sign it and get it to you, and then I'll have a copy that way too.
Yeah, we'll get you a copy.
Other than the table motion for the road grader, are we done?
Yes, sir. Leave a copy in the box, so we've got one right now.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey,
Okay.
A little late, Rhonda. You're next.
All right. Okay, I think that, you have the year in review in your folders and everything. Usually I come over after our annual board meeting for the Housing Authority, and I just kinda, just go over things with you. I'm not gonna read it line by line. And some of them have a little history with it, because I know some of you are new to the board and stuff, so you can kind of know what we've been doing and stuff. The kind of starting off with the green housing project, you know, we wanted to keep some affordable homes that we can move in to the different parts of the county and everything, and keep them out of landfill. And so, right now we currently have our third one that's under contract. It's in Waverly on Kelly Street. Basically they're renting it right now. The family wanted to stay in the community and have an option to buy it. And so in May we will reevaluate that and see if they're ready to purchase that fully. That's the one we have going on right now. Unfortunately, with the high price of fuel and stuff, our green program has slowed down a little bit just because it was costing quite a bit more to move the house in and stuff like that. So that's kind of a deal we'll keep reevaluating. So, single family homes and lots, I kind of have that broke down what we have. We have one out here on 119 South 15. It's 2 vacant building sites there. We've had some interest on it and everything, but we do have that one to build on. Gridley on Highway 58, that was one that the Gridley Housing Authority had donated to the Coffee County Housing Authority, and right now the city of Gridley has some funds that they need to work with housing or whatever. They have to designate a certain spot where the money goes to, and so they are asking if we could maybe discuss some options. They formed their own committee to work with us and see if we can get something maybe built down there. So 600 South 7th, this was purchased and cleaned up in 2014. This is a multifamily. This is across from our first triplex here in Burlington. And so we are hoping to build another one, just gotta get the funding, because I am moving around in the county to use the moderate income housing grants and stuff, so. Our first, and stop me if you have any questions on any of these, I know I talk a little fast, so. But, our first triplex, that I mentioned, that's where we took down the old bait shop and everything and put in there. We worked with, Kansas Housing Resource Corporation and, received a grant, and we matched that and everything. 2 of our original tenants from the beginning, they're still in there. I'm very happy with the home, and then, we do have it filled all the time. As soon as somebody moves out, it seems like somebody else is right at my door wanting to get in there and everything, so it's been a great thing.
What's the rent there?
$550. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that all included, or they gotta pay utilities?
They pay utilities.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And we do the snow removal, grounds, and everything, and hopefully you guys have been by it, and it looks really good, so.
It is a nice looking facility.
Thank you. Our second triplex, we wrote again for the city, working with them in Leroy, received the second moderate income housing grant down in Leroy. There was 28 applications and only 8 were awarded out of that, so that was pretty good for Coffee County. We've had some setbacks with material through this trying time, as everybody else has, but we are, on focus right now, and they're blowing insulation in the ceiling this week, and hopefully we're going to get to painting by the end of the week. So my cabinets are ordered, so they should be coming in and everything. KHRC did hear from a lot of the grantees that they were having a little trouble with getting material, labor was going up and everything, and so they did reach out to each grantee and ask if they would like a little bit more funding, which is always nice, and so we did get an extra 15% on the increased amount on that to kind of help us. And I like my building and everything, and I get really a lot of good compliments and stuff, but I kind of like to make a little top on the front doors, so I'll be able to change a little bit there, and maybe put like a little porch of some sort there and stuff like that, so that's really helping out.
I don't know what kind of stuff Dawn's been getting from this Leroy triplex, but I get an email about every freaking week about it.
Oh.
Yeah, I've never had an email. I've had people talk to me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It seems like it's nonstop. Who's the contractor on this?
We went out for bids, and Jayhawk Property
Jayhawk?
are the ones, Quentin Lyons and Ty Skillman are the head ones, and then they're the general, and they are using different contractors for it. Like our cabinets for our bathrooms and kitchens are coming from Trues down there. Jim Bull is doing all the plumbing and heating. Kendall Gunlock did all the electrical. Victory has done some of the dirt work and things. So
Jayhawk is the prime, and then they're subbing bits and pieces out.
Correct. They're trying to use as much local as we possibly can. Not everything, of course. They've had some other crews and stuff, but yeah.
Jayhawk is owned by
Ty Skillman and Quentin Lyons, their partnership, I guess. So that's who put in the bid for it.
How close are they on budget? They should be far enough along now to know if they're on budget or they're going to need additional funding or.
Well, with the KHRC, because I'm going to tell you, and you all know, prices have went up and everything, and I was getting a little nervous, but with KHRC reaching out to us and asking if we could use another 15%, I think that will put us right where we need to be. I don't have it down to, that we're down to the very, very end, but it's looking really good for my books anyway, and so we are visiting about that.
So that'll get it up to the total project cost of $700?
Let's see, it was $540, $200, and then $81,040. I'm sorry.
It was $540?
$540, and then $81.
$81?
That's the
which
total.
would be $621. At 81, that's a 15%?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right. Any other questions?
To touch base on the Leroy, Jesse's getting calls, and let's I remember when you first sent this out for bid, you said you needed bids to get a grant. Or
Right.
You wanted
That's how it's
prices
always
to get a
been.
grant.
Mhm.
And I, and you can correct me or stop me at any time if
Oh,
I'm
sure.
incorrect.
Yeah.
But the way I remember it was, several contractors said, well, she don't even have the grant money yet, I'm not gonna advertise my bid, and then turn around and get it rebid. So-
I really didn't have them say that just because I did, I mean, that was a question that came up, like, you
Right.
know, and I really only had that from one contractor. What I had from was, I'm too busy, I don't know what the cost is gonna be because everything is so crazy in the world right now. That was my struggle. I mean, I talked to, like, Scott Grimmett, he's done work for us before. Suburban Contracting and Colt, you know, they work together. And they just didn't want to take on that. Their reasoning to me was like, you know, I don't know, it's so uncertain, I don't know if I will have enough money to finish it out. I can price it out to you, like what we spec'd out, but they were worried that, will we get material? Will there be an upcharge and everything like that? So that's the only struggle that I had. I did have one contractor say that he just felt like, why would you do that? And it was so crazy because I've always done that. I've been with the housing authority for 23 years. We've always calculated everything out and then bid it out. So that didn't.
So, but, I mean,
Mhm.
for my thinking was that you had an engineer design this, correct? Couldn't that engineer come up with a cost for you to apply for the grant?
Well-
That way then you could send it out to bid and say, okay, this is,
Right.
we got a grant.
That's kind of what we did. I mean, with my board, I mean, we designed it and we knew how much would be square footage. And so then when the bids, we went out for bids, that, I mean, I can't pick. You guys have always wanted me to, like, put it out for bids for everybody, you know, to be able to bid on it. And
Did
so.
not- Everybody did not bid on your original time frame. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, I talked to every one of them before. I mean, and I said, you know, are you gonna bid with me? Can you bid? I mean, I gave them plenty of time.
Ever since I've gotten, sorry, go ahead.
No,
You
that's
got
fine.
more. Ever since I've gotten in here, it's just been Leroy Triplex after Leroy Triplex.
Yeah, I know, I had no
Email,
problem in
email.
Burlington, but when I went to
Email.
Leroy, it seemed like it became a
And
real
then
problem.
now I started getting something from Waverly, and I guess I'm the person to chew at, I guess, I don't know.
It's the target, man.
I'm the target, so I got a bullseye on my forehead.
I've had a couple of concerns, and, you know, but
I haven't had any emails on it, but I've had quite a few people talk to them. Now that the brickwork is up, and of course the goal is to kind of make it look like downtown used to be
That's what the
70
city
years,
wanted me to
70
do.
years ago, but some of that's gone now, and some of it's still there, but I know the people that's talked to me have been real positive about it, but maybe a little more positive now that since the brick is up.
I know, and that's what I kept telling everybody, that even would
So-
call my house, I said, could you just let me get it built first? You know, I mean, like,
There's a lot
that's
of
the
wasted
serious.
space in the design now.
Well-
That's probably the biggest comment.
Right, we
Right
have.
now, the wasted space and,
Up
you know,
above, they feel like that's wasted space, but we were trying to make it look like the downtown, and that's why we had to do the parapet wall, to make it look like it would be downtown, because that's when we were visiting with the city, which they put in the 50,000, you know, original money and everything, and worked with us on that. You know, we were trying to work with the city and the city council to make them proud of it and to push it, because I need everyone's positivity in it to make it work, and so that's what I
So
just.
the city's got money.
50,000,
So it-
plus the land they gave us.
Okay, so, but
Mhm.
is it behind schedule or?
It is behind schedule, I will
But-
say that, but that was not a control that I had, you know?
Right.
I'd say that's the general contractor.
Well, that's the material and stuff, that
the
was the
original
reason.
target date to finish,
Was
I
a
think,
general
was what,
contractor.
Yeah.
late 30, or late 22.
Mhm. We
So
were
is
supposed
that-
to have it
is
done by
that the
December.
concern? I
Mhm.
mean,
We were
is that
supposed to have it
part
done
of
by
the concern? I
December,
just-
is what I wrote in my grant. Now, KHRC is not pushing me, I will say that, but I'm saying I wanted my projected one, because I've already done one in Burlington, so I said, I want a year, but it went over. We're into January now, so it's supposed to be February.
Of course, with the delay in getting
Mhm.
materials, I mean, we've had that in 22, I mean, that was a big issue on no matter what.
Right.
What-
That put my
what
windows
you
behind
did.
and my doors, so then I couldn't do my brick, and then my weather got bad. I mean,
Sure.
it's just contracting, you
Sure.
know? And that's to be expected a little bit, you know, but I was very disappointed I couldn't make my timeline.
Okay,
Right.
moving on.
Okay, so 412 Southworth, you know, this is over here, on the highway. I hated that we had to tear that building down, but after looking through it being vacant for 10 years, it's just, you know, too much rot, too much termites and stuff that, we had to take that down, so we had that cleared this year, and it's got a nice lot up there. Hopefully we can get something built in there, or, you know, somebody will want to come along and buy and put something there. We do own the property out here on Links, and Cross on the corner. This is where I'm working with some developers. They were the head of KHRC, and they came in actually before the Vito project was even mentioned or anything. You know, they contacted me and said, hey, would you guys like to work on getting some housing in here? So we have been working on that. We're going to look at some tax credits and grants, another moderate income housing grant, to try to work on that.
How much property do you have there?
5 acres. Mm-hmm.
And that's
That's on the
south-
corner, yeah.
southeast of that intersection?
It is west of the Christian church.
Yes,
Mhm.
so from
Yeah,
Links and Cross,
yes.
it would be southeast of the
Yes,
intersection.
you're correct. Mhm.
Thank you.
Of course, yeah. So that's kind of where we're working on right now. And then, of course, we came in and talked to you about the meadows. I did get good news last week that Randy Speaker from the Department of Commerce called me and said that we were awarded the shovel money. You know, that's when we came in here and talked to you guys in October about getting some funding, $25,000, to kind of do study or whatever we want to do towards it. So my developers are, you know, now going to meet with us, and we're going to talk about that. And I'll be getting a hold of the hospital too, because we've got a meeting scheduled next month, so, and let them know. Randy Speaker said great things are happening in Coffee County, so that's kind of nice to get that call and get that money. Rehab, you know, I still keep writing for all the grants for housing preservation. Received another $50,000, and they've always been really good about working with us on that. We still partner with ECAN, USDA. Demolition, I appreciate you guys' support on that. That is always a good, I hear lots of good things about that. Developers Incentive Program, we've had a couple that have started the paperwork, but they didn't go ahead and finish out, so I haven't quite used that this past year. We're still promoting Coffee County. Just telling about, you know, our staff and everything. We appreciate you guys' support on everything. Then I always include kind of the appraised values, so you can kind of see what's going on there. These are the houses we've done in the previous, what they're appraising out, what they did appraise out at, the new construction homes, that you're getting the property tax off. And that's one other thing, all of our property, we do pay property tax. That gets brought up all the time, that we don't pay property tax, but we do. Our triplexes, we pay property tax, our houses and everything until we sell them. Talked a little bit about the flipped houses, lots available. Rental properties, what's going on there. And then just kind of, I listed my grants, so you guys would kind of know. Do you have any questions on that? Yeah, we are putting in some work, or putting in some paperwork and stuff starting for the tax credits and stuff. So the commissioners might be contacted. I did want to give you a heads up on that, so that the state might say, because we've never, the Housing Authority has not done any tax credits before on our own projects. We've always just, I've matched them, you know, and used our funding and stuff. So we are going to try, since it'll be a bigger project. So I want you to be aware of that. The D in the column kind of does show the demo when we were demoing things, but, and also some of our waiving of landfill fees. So that does factor in there, so we appreciate that.
Definitely have had some value added.
Adds to our tax base,
Yep, it does.
Very well.
Okay. Any questions anytime, please let me know.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Wanda.
Coffee County Transportation Director, Mike Tweed. Sorry we're running behind.
That's okay. It's not a problem for me at all. Well, I ran into a company in the parking lot the other day, and I said I'd come down here and introduce myself. I am Mike Tweed. I took over Coffee County Transportation back in December, about, I think it was the second week in December, something like that, from Kara Reynolds. Of course, you know Kara is the new magistrate judge. I took her position. Haven't been there a long time. I was a part-time driver, and I moved into her position. Thought I'd come down and introduce myself, and I thank you for the money that you guys gave us for this year, and we'll be back in July or when we ever need to do that again. But if you guys have any questions of me today or have any questions in the future, feel free to contact me.
Have you been in it long enough to realize the rate increases, if it's helping out with the
Not really.
flow?
They implemented that just before I started, and I haven't looked at that yet. We'll find out. I can tell you this, our numbers last year were up on riders. We had over 19,000 riders, or trips last year, and that's with 8 buses, 8 routes a day mostly. Sometimes it's 7 routes, but most of the time it's 8 routes a day, 8 buses moving. That's quite a few movements, and of course, you know, what our goal is get the people that need us, get them where they need to go. So what worries me more right now is whether the fuel's starting to go up again. Still, and kind of trying to keep an eye on that. So when I come in later this year, I'm hoping to have those numbers as far as how much we did make on the rate increases. So
Well, it's gonna help. It's gonna put a gauze pad on it.
right.
It's not gonna stop.
No, it's not. And with us being funded with the grant money, it's kind of it's something I'm still trying to get my head around, the way they fund us, as far as it's not, if we make it here, you don't necessarily get reimbursed for it here.
Right.
So that's,
It's a break even.
yeah, that's
It's
what
a
it
break.
is. Yeah, we're not
and,
in,
and that's totally okay.
yeah, we're not in for the money.
Right.
That's for sure.
The service, great.
Yeah, and we're trying to hire a driver now or two and another
I was gonna ask you
dispatcher.
are you fully staffed?
No, we're not. And, you know, we're part-time, and I made the comment I could have almost as many part-timers as I want. It's not gonna cost me that much more money. So
I'd asked Mike to come in here a couple of weeks ago, 'cause, of course, I've known Mike since he was in grade school.
Yeah.
I knew somebody that might not have known Mike.
Yeah.
But I was unaware that our past executive stepped down. Can't think of her name. Kara
Reynolds. Mhm.
I just unreal she'd stepped down.
Yeah.
Unaware of it.
Yeah. It moved pretty quickly. It sure did. And yeah. So
Thanks for chipping in.
you bet.
I think it's a very important project.
Well,
It is.
I hope we can continue to get the support we need from the county to do it, because there's a lot of
Yeah.
people that use it.
It really
A lot of
benefits a
There
lot
are
of
a lot of
people.
people.
It's hard to put a value on what it means to our Coffee County for
Oh, my.
so many people that don't have a.
Well, they're unable to travel on their own.
And the big, right now, the other thing I'm dealing with is mild out buses, where I listened to her talk about supplies, and it's the same way, and I signed some paperwork on a new transit. It may be here by April, may not be here, but we are, I think we're waiting for 4 vehicles now. We got 2 more that are scheduled to be bid out if the state lets us. So most of our fleet's got almost 200,000 on it, so it's That's another expense that's starting to creep up too, is the repairs and the maintenance and stuff, yeah, so.
Those are gas, aren't they?
Those are gas,
Yeah,
yeah.
have to keep them gas.
Yeah, I'm
Don't
not,
go diesel.
I don't think that's an option under the grant that we bid them under for the size we buy, so I think it's all gas, so. Okay, again, if you guys need anything or have a complaint or
Need a ride?
need a ride, give us a call. We'll work you into the schedule. Mondays are kinda full, so.
Mike can put you in the driver's seat if you do.
Well, yeah, we can
get there and drive, too,
And
huh?
My qualifications will not work.
Thanks for the update, Mike.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Emergency Management Director Amber, you're on deck.
Good, we're scheduled for a break somewhere in there, do you need it? I don't have anything heavy.
We got plenty of time.
Okay. Okay.
Morning, everybody.
Morning. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Commission had indicated you would like to start getting updates from department heads, so I went ahead and called Angie, and I got on the schedule the last Monday of every month, so I'll be in. Whether we have anything or not, I'll be here.
At least
First,
we make sure you're here.
there you go. I'm here that one day for that 15 minutes. That's how you'll know. First, welcome to the new commissioners.
Thank you.
I look forward to working with you guys. I'd also like to continue the open dialogue and good relationship I have with the 3 retaining members. Thank you guys. First, I'd like to do a quick rundown of emergency management and what we do, because I know that people know that we're busy, but they don't always know what we're doing down there. So, just kind of a quick EM 101. We have 3, soon to be 4 employees in my office. Myself, the director, my deputy director and RAD officer, Tim Patterson, and my planning specialist, Julie Rohr. We currently are interviewing for my 4th position this week. We advertised, we had 13 applicants. From there, we narrowed it down to 5. We did background checks on everybody at the sheriff's request, and we're interviewing 4 with a committee of my office and Scott Farmer from the sheriff's department. Some of the duties of emergency management include heading up the emergency response organization, which is the organization of responders that will help us out in any and all emergencies. We facilitate drills and exercises for the county. We do emergency planning, including the maintenance of our local emergency operations plan, our hazard mitigation plan, our Lyon and host county emergency plans for Wolf Creek, and we also do the 3 schools Wolf Creek response plan. We conduct Wolf Creek training for all EOC staff, road and bridge, fire, hospital, host counties, and the schools. We do radio communications and maintenance, newly assigned duty, outdoor warning siren maintenance and testing. We oversee the emergency notification of the public through Everbridge and iPods. We assign 911 addresses for all residents and businesses outside the city limits, and then we assist the cities with their addressing inside the city limits. So what that means is if you're building a house outside the city limits, you come to our office for your new address.
Get your address.
Yep. Get your
Even if
address.
you're within the 3-mile radius that they control?
Yeah, if you're in the extraterritorial, if it's on a county road, the city will say, go ahead and address it for us, because they don't really know the ranges on the county roads, they just know their streets. So if it's in that 3-mile extraterritorial, then it's still gonna fall to us, but we work with the cities.
I think there's a bill coming down the pipeline to take that extraterritorial away from the cities, I think.
Oh, no. Ooh, they're not like that.
Suit me just fine. Can't vote for city stuff, like they
Right.
dictate.
Yeah, that's true.
That'll be included in it.
Yeah. We work with GIS to make sure that all the addresses are correct and fit within the state and the 911 guidelines. We work with the zoning administrator and several other offices on zoning routing forms and zoning permits.
We maintain the 911 master street address guides of all roads and streets in the county that lines up with the 911 calls and dispatch. We're in charge of the storm spotter program and training. We have daily maintenance of our resident and special needs database of all addresses and households in Coffee County. So we literally have a database downstairs of everybody's address. Most of the time it's completely up to date on who's living there, unless, you know, someone moves or shakes somewhere. But we have that for any kind of emergency where we should have to evacuate for Wolf Creek or anything else, and we've had to use it many times. Ice storms, floods. It also houses our special needs population. If they send those cards back that come with those Wolf Creek calendars and tell us, I can't see at night, I don't have a car, I can't hear emergency sirens or my TV or radio, we have all that information in this database, and it gets updated every day. We look at the newspaper, we look at, we get voter registration information. Anytime you change your voter registration or you register to vote, Angie's office gives us a printout of those updates, and Julie updates those in this database. We get stuff from dispatch, and generally just knowing when people move here in the county and what's going on. People build new houses, move. Julie keeps track of all of that in this database.
That's what I was gonna ask you, how do you keep up with all the rental properties, with the renters continuing to move
We
in and out?
also get utility lists from each of the city clerks once a year.
Okay.
They give us their utility list, and we compare it to what we have, and we let them know. And sometimes their information is kind of goofy. If they have an address wrong, or they have, you know, someone living there that isn't living
These
there.
rental properties change land, or change
all the
tenants.
time. Yep.
All the time.
Yep. It's a struggle, but we've been doing it for years, and it's worked pretty good.
It's easy to maintain and regain.
Yes.
Utility companies don't have any problem giving you that information?
Just the cities.
Just the city?
Yeah, just the city utility, just the, like,
And that's
city
where most
water.
of the rental properties would be.
Yeah.
Big income.
Yeah, we have called on West Star and Lion Coffee for things, and they're okay giving it to us because it's for emergency purposes. We don't give this information out unless we are, like, open records requested, and then we only give certain information. So we don't give, if you give me information on your special needs, that does not go to anybody until it's used for an emergency. So. Database. We oversee the Public Information Officer Program. We create ID cards and print proc door keys for Coffee County employees, law enforcement, the schools, and various other agencies, as well as printing commission cards for law enforcement. We do maintenance, inventory, and trade-outs with the state for radiological monitoring instruments, the portal monitors, and dosimetry. We conduct hazardous material and spill reporting of KDHE, and we collect Tier 2 reports from any agencies that have hazmat on their property. We head up the local emergency planning committee. We place resource requests for all agencies in the county for mutual aid and supplies from the state and federal partners. We did that a lot during COVID. Anytime someone needed supplies, masks, gloves, COVID tests, that all those requests have to go through emergency management as state mandate. So, public safety, outreach, and presentations. We have a huge presence on social media. We have close to 4,000 followers on our Facebook page. So that's how we get a lot of the word out. We do maintenance and testing of the courthouse generator. We maintain all Northeast Kansas Homeland Security assets. We procure grants and purchasing of emergency supplies. We assure compliance for the county with the state, FEMA, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We maintain mutual aid agreements with agencies and surrounding counties for disasters. Personally, I serve as a website administrator, and we work with the Wellness Program Coordinator to put out the monthly county employee newsletter. All my staff are members of the Kansas Emergency Management Association. 2 of us are certified through the state as Kansas Certified Emergency Managers, which is a certification renewed every other year. and it's required by our job descriptions that we have that certification. All 3 of my staff are certified through FEMA to put out IPAWS WIA and EAS alerts, and I'm also an admin for the state on our Everbridge program, which puts out those alerts. We maintain 3 vehicles, 5 trailers, 2 electronic message boards, and 1 command bus. We have maintenance oversight of the Emergency Operations Center in the courthouse basement, the Joint Services Building at Highway 75 and Old 50, and the Emergency Management Storage Building at the landfill. We hold seats on the Northeast Regional Homeland Security Council, the Kansas Emergency Management Association, County Wellness Committee, County Emergency Services Group, FEMA Regional Assistance Committee, and various EM-related committees in the state. We work with all cities and county organizations as well as surrounding counties to assure that our citizens are safe and that we're compliant with our plans and procedures. A couple of things on our to-do list. Oh, and that's the short of what we do. That's like what I could
The
come
long,
up with.
short version.
Yeah, every day something comes up. When Tim started, he was like, I didn't realize that something new was going to come along and take precedent over what we were supposed to be doing every day.
Every day.
Always someone has an emergency somewhere. Some of the things on our to-do list are the siren plan. As CVU had came in and we kind of talked, we're still talking about it. It's still on the table on what we're going to do with sirens. I'm just waiting to get this new person hired so they can get some education and so I know where we're at. NIMS classes, those are still on our schedule. We were talking with the local news outlet, I think it was WWW, about possibly putting a weather cam on our tower out back. That's something we're kind of looking into. Be good exposure for Coffee County. Possible radar for the EOC. The sheriff had mentioned something about that, and I've been looking into that. We're in the middle of our radio upgrade project. The radios are ordered. We're just waiting on them to come in. The communications towers, Scott had came in here end of last year and talked about at some point we're going to have to look at towers because we don't have good coverage in the north and south parts of the county, so we're still working on that. Some drills and exercises this year. The Army Corps of Engineers out at John Redmond is having a tabletop August 23rd. I'm still kind of trying to decide who we want to come to that. They're going to pretend that something happened at John Redmond, and they're all the federal people are going to come in, and all the Army Corps of Engineer people are going to come in, and it's going to be kind of a tabletop discussion. So closer to August, I guess I'll get with you guys and decide if anybody wants to come or.
So it's kind of like a Wolf Creek drill, but it's a John Redmond drill.
Yeah, and it's just tabletop. It's not grab your books and get your stuff out. It's kind of discussion based, sitting at a table. So it's pretty laid back. But yeah, kind of like.
What's the date of that now?
August 23rd.
23rd?
Mm-hmm. The biggie for this year, so we were graded last year for Wolf Creek on a regular plume phase drill, meaning radiation came out of the plant and we had to deal with the plume that came out. This year we are evaluated again because COVID knocked last year's exercise back, so we're having 2 in a row. Normally we're graded every other year, but this year 2 in a row. Yay me. We're having a HAB exercise, which is a hostile action-based exercise, meaning bad guys are in the plant and stuff's going crazy. Normally it would just be bad guys in the plant deal with the security of the plant. It's very law enforcement heavy, but FEMA put a stipulation that says you can't just have a HAB drill, you have to have a HAB drill with a plume exercise every so often. And the last HAB drill we had, we didn't have a plume or a release from the plant. So this year we get to have both together. So
Bad guy and a plume.
Bad guy and a plume, yeah. Yeah.
So fire and law will be
busy.
busy.
Busy, yeah. Yeah.
It'd be a train wreck.
No, that's a different
That'd be
exercise.
fun, those two.
That's a different exercise, Jesse. We're not doing that one yet.
Metaphor, not actual.
So I have the dates for these if you would like to get these on your calendar. So the state would like to have a tabletop, and like I told you, those are kind of less formal. They want a statewide tabletop. That means everybody. Everybody that we normally talk to up at the state will be at this tabletop, and they want us to be there too. I've been in these before, and we just kind of are off to the side, and we interact with our normal people, and then that's it. But there's a lot of people there that aren't normally there during exercises. There's a lot of soups there that I've never met in my entire life, and I've worked here 20 years. So I don't see the whole commission going to this tabletop, but I could see one or two of us going. The sheriff will definitely go because it's, you know, law enforcement, and then my public information. And then other than that, I'm not really sure who all is going to go. But the statewide tabletop is scheduled for August 2nd. So with any evaluated exercise, we usually have a pre-exercise and a pre-exercise 2. We usually get 2 times to practice before we're evaluated. One of those times, FEMA will come and they will give us feedback on how we're doing so that we can fix anything before the evaluated. So the first pre-exercise is September 20th.
What date?
September 20th. And pre-exercise 2 is October 11th. The actual evaluated exercise will be November 14th. And we are going to have lots of training. We're going to have EOC training for everybody, role position training. We're going to have all the fun. So before you guys get there, we'll have training.
So November 14th is when the plume and the and the bad guy
Yeah,
thing is.
yeah. And we'll practice that. We'll practice that on
The 20th and the
Yep.
11th.
And the 11th is kind of, if we don't need it, if we do excellent and the state does excellent and Wolf Creek does excellent on September 20th, then October 11th may not happen. But we haven't done a HAB since 2014, and then before that it'd been even longer. It's not something we do all the time, so we're a little rusty. There's a lot of new people here, and there's a lot of new people at the state, and a ton of new people at Wolf Creek. So I imagine we're going to need that October 11th. So I want to get those on your calendar for you. Along those lines with exercises, the commission has a big response as the policy group down in the EOC, well, away from the EOC, during these Wolf Creek drills and exercises. You guys all meet down there as a board of commissioners and make decisions. You're the decision makers for the county during any kind of emergency or exercise or anything. You guys had Andrea's position, the admin administrative assistant, help you in that room, do your logs, your phone calls, your computer work, your everything. So what did you want to do with that position? How do you want to do that? Because you won't have that
You've got your staff.
booked. Yeah, we're booked.
We'll probably have the clerk, wouldn't we?
Well, you can. The clerk is also the designated PIO for the county. So if we need Angie to go give the news media briefings or anything like that, we might have to grab her. And she has a seat in my EOC as a PIO. But we can move things. I'm not saying we can't move things.
So Angie's the spokesperson
For the whole county,
for
yeah.
the whole county.
Yeah.
But I don't
Okay.
participate in every drill that way.
Right.
No.
Right.
Oh,
And we have 2 teams of people, so there could be years where Angie's not participating as that. But in a real drill, in a real situation, we might need Angie to help us do things. She's not a go to Topeka type of PIO. She stays down in the EOC because we realize that if there's something going on, we need our county clerk here. We don't need her sitting up there at Beto, hanging out. We need her here so she could be doing her duties and the PIO duties in her office or here in the courthouse somewhere. So she's not, go in front of the news media up at Beto person, but she is our county's PIO. I think it's in your job description or something to to be the county spokesperson.
Okay.
And we have several other PIOs, so I'm not saying that I can't fill in for her and I can't, we can't move that around.
Well, I haven't been into a lot of them. I've been, I don't know, what have I been into? Two of the different drills, I think.
But I know that that position is pretty important, unless you guys want to keep the logs, make the faxes, answer the phone calls, work the computers. I mean,
I think I can do it.
it's been done before.
Designate one of us.
It's been done before, but, I mean, we can try to use Angie this year and see how that rolls, if you'd like. I just needed to know who to put down as your admin assistant, because I'd need to get them some training too, just a couple of things. Like when you guys put out a state or local disaster, there's certain things that we have to do for that form and get it sent to the right people and stuff, so.
You said the commissioners would make decisions based on your recommendations.
Mine, the engineers, the sheriffs,
Right, right.
yeah.
Based
State.
on,
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
State has a lot of input on that.
Yep.
Some of it's good, some of it's bad. They want to see if you'll do it.
Actually, I mean, I don't know, I was trying to count how many, you said how many you've been in, and,
You came to one before you were even a commissioner, so.
I guess with that being said, we had an incident last time about the actual, where the plume actually was, as opposed to the wind direction, and state was recommending different zones and stuff like that, and we got it explained to us a different way than even Bob had said after his 16 years
Right.
of being here, saying,
Well,
that's the first time I ever heard that.
right,
So
yeah.
you will get something new each time, so
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know where I lost where I might be going with that, but
we trained you right.
other than the state being involved, you
Right.
get, it's a learning thing each
Right.
time.
And I think we're gonna try to move away from, and I told you guys this, that plume doesn't come in a beautiful shape. When it comes out of the plant, the wind makes it go everywhere. So it's not as beautiful and cut and dry as it looks like on the paper and on the map on the wall.
Just a projection.
Just a projection.
Well, and we never
Right.
received, I should say.
Yes, we never
And
got.
Tara said she'd been asking for it many
Yep.
times, the actual,
It's
what does this
still on-
plume actually look
right.
like? We got the
From the
wind
state.
direction. Yes, so
We were
hopefully
waiting
we can
on
get
that.
that next.
But I'm gonna move away from, I know that when we get a recommendation from Wolf Creek, they recommend what they think we should do, and then the state helps us with what they think we should do, but really, I need to be relying on what my sheriff, my engineer, and my RAD officer are saying too. I mean, it's great to have you guys in on it, but I felt like we were they said evacuate, and then the commission was coming up with the routes and everything, had no interaction with the sheriff, who knew which roads were down, and the engineer, which knew which roads we're doing. So we gotta work more together. We can't just have silos where you guys are figuring out how to evacuate the citizens. Really, it should be a group effort. So I'm gonna move more towards that, because in the past, we've been kind of siloed.
Well, that, and from GIS, the roads in the surrounding counties within 2 miles of the county, because we were having to route people out of the county.
Out of the county,
to go
around.
over here to get an access route.
Yeah.
So we were having to look up,
Out of county roads.
Yeah.
well, we would have to look it up on our phone or
Yeah.
on Exxon or something like
Yeah.
that. So
And-
that would be helpful as
and-
well.
And GIS, Kara is amazing. She has all that
Yes, she
stuff
is.
right there, and she's in our EOC, so she can pull it up anytime.
I
But
believe-
I think the reason why you get a lot of that, okay, we're gonna do this, and they're over there doing that, is because everybody is split up.
Mhm.
We're in a little tight itty bitty room.
Well, okay.
Not with everybody else. And
Yeah,
so,
No-
I mean,
we're at the other end.
no
of everyone.
offense, no offense. The commission used to be in the EOC, but I don't know if it was the current commission at the time or what, but they started trying to run the event. And so it was decided, everybody else, the state, Wolf Creek, their policy group is away from the heat of the action.
The state is.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the state is, Wolf Creek's policymakers are not in the same room as everybody else, for a reason. Because those guys in the EOC are doing their stuff, and then they're supposed to come to you give you the information to make the good decisions. You're not in charge of telling the fire people what to do. You're not in charge of telling the sheriff what to do. They're doing it. They're elected officials. They know what they're doing. But, so, it became a problem where the commission was trying to run the event, trying to be incident command. And that's not what you guys are. So, we separated you, and then I feel like after this move with the sheriff's department, I believe you're going to be in that room where dispatch is right beside the EOC. So we'll be closer. Right now we're in my office. We're in our office
Corner.
just down the hall. Yeah.
But it's hard to work together if you're in separate rooms.
It is hard. It is hard to
You
work
want us
together.
to work together.
Right.
To me, it's almost impossible to work together when we're 30, 40 feet
Well,
apart, or even in a different room.
That's why I'm encouraging, and I told Jeff this, I need you guys to come in and give updates more often. So we need to, that's what I'm working on, is sheriff needs to come in, give you the updates. And we kind of did that last time. I had a couple of them come in and talk to you. I had the Wolf Creek rep actually get out of his chair and come talk to you, so.
It is helpful.
Yeah, so I guess I just need to know what you want to do with the admin assistant's position in the EOC for you guys. You guys can think about it and let me know, mull it over, talk to Angie, see what you guys want to do. And just let me know. Just something to think about.
And I don't know, that's why I think having our own administrative assistant is important. I mean, we can, I don't know how to word it, it's not like she's not a good clerk or something.
Right.
I just think
Yeah.
we push so much stuff back on her office that it's gotta be overwhelming.
Right. She also
Now
has,
now we're throwing more at her.
not only Angie.
We're actually doing fine, just so you know.
Well, not only is Angie the county's PIO, but two people in her office are also PIOs for me. So anytime you have Angie participating, you also have at least one of her people possibly participating also in an exercise.
That was gonna be my question, if you had anyone else in your office that might be able to take this position, since you do have other responsibilities.
And that's an option
Carry
too.
the drill.
Yeah, that's an option too.
It could either be yourself or a backup.
I mean, that's just a question.
Yeah, and I can teach anybody. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not that hard. It's
Well, you
just,
might have trouble teaching me to do it. Telling you right
I
now.
mean, and realistically, I was thinking, well, maybe we could just handle it ourselves.
And we
You
can
know,
try that.
keep track of the paperwork, answer the phone calls, you know, and stuff like that.
Well, how
Which
much he's
Bob
out there
answered
doing
the phone
all-
calls anyway.
Yeah, he's answering from the state.
Yeah, from the
And I'm
state.
just
Yeah.
running the plume thing, so
Right.
I mean,
and we're not
And
sending
I-
anybody to the state anymore. They're not going
as
there.
far as running the computer, it's not that
Mhm.
difficult.
Say that again, Amber.
We're not sending, we used to send a commissioner to the state
Oh,
policy group just to sit up there and have and then we sent someone to the Wolf Creek EOF. And we don't do that anymore because it got to where they were not in the loop with what you guys were seeing down here. And there was a little bit of bickering going back and forth.
I was
and-
gonna say, it's gotta be people on the ground that.
Yeah, yeah.
So
So,
many different entities.
yeah,
working
so we did
together
away
here.
with that. And now all the commission stays in one place. And during a real,
Along with you folks.
yes, yep.
Because again, we're going to be dependent on you and law to give us
Yes.
good recommendations on, say there is a
Right.
real incident. We're going to be dependent on you
Right,
guys.
right.
Because you guys are gonna have the boots on the ground.
Mhm.
Fire, law,
Right.
emergency preparedness.
Yep. Yep, and we do communicate quite a bit. I'm in the policymakers room quite a bit. And then you're on a constant, throughout the whole drill, conference call with the state policy group, with the head of KDM and her people up there, Angie. So you have state talking to you, all you gotta do is press mute, unmute, and you're talking to them. So, that's another resource that you have the entire time if I'm not in there. And there is a KDM representative in the policy group in your little area with you. They send someone down here so that if you guys have questions or run into something, they can help too.
They're there to inform us, not to grade us. Okay. I didn't
Right.
know about that.
Yeah,
last
KDM
time.
is pretty much my agency, just state level. They're in charge of emergency management for the whole state.
Okay.
And they also are tied in with the National Guard.
Okay.
So they provide information along with
Yep.
everybody else.
Yep. Am I too far over? Am I going over?
I don't know,
Are you timing me?
no,
Oh.
I'm looking at I'm looking at Brenda back
I know,
there.
Brenda, sorry.
I'm
Brenda.
good. I'm where I lost. Go ahead.
So something to think about is the admin assistant's job down in the EOC for you guys, since we did do away with that job. I do have a concern that I wanted to bring up, and I've talked to Tom about this, I've talked to Wade, I've talked to Tom Johnson about it. I have 2 emergency response vehicles. We actually have 3 vehicles in the west parking lot right now, but 2 of them are actually emergency vehicles. 2 of those vehicles need to be close up by the building. We haul equipment to be taken on scene for emergencies, and we use it frequently for hauling equipment to trainings and to meetings. Tim uses it all the time for trading out rad equipment, and this new employee will use it to jump in to go fix radios or sirens or whatever they need to do. One vehicle has lights and strobes with a siren and has several mobile radios installed in it. And then the second one is an identical vehicle, but it doesn't have lights and strobes, but it's getting a radio installed in it as soon as I get my new person hired and going. They're both emergency vehicles, and I need them close up. The Ford truck that we use to haul trailers, it can be at the end of the church parking lot. I don't need it right up here. But for something that I'm carrying a ton of stuff out and we have to go, I would like to have it close by the building somewhere. I don't want to have it across the street and down the hill or anything. Let me pass out this little map. I did have something like it.
So you're thinking like some designated spots?
Yeah, I got a couple of
During
ideas.
this construction or
Right,
whatever?
well, yeah, and I got a couple ideas, and I ran these kind of by Tom and Tom at one point. I just kind of wanted to keep this on the back of everybody's mind while you're going through this whole jail process, that I'm gonna need these. I initially thought we could park our 2 EM vehicles in the pink area out back by they call it the smoke shack. So that's south of the building back here. It's up on the road up there, up on the street. Tom Johnson had said that he thinks that whole area is going away because they're gonna have to pull semis in between the 2 buildings to make deliveries. So he's pretty sure that the contractor had told him that pink area is going to go away, that whole area. But there is parking up there, and if we remove that smoke shack, there's enough parking for me and my employees. We're the only ones that come in the back door to come into the courthouse. We go down a stairwell out back and come in. If dispatch, when they move, then we're the only office that uses that stairwell. So that pink area was someplace that I was thinking of. It would have been ideal for us and our vehicles. And there's a drainage problem back there, a big drainage problem. There's kind of a lake that pools back there. So I think Tom Johnson had said that might go away. Yeah. The other option was, I believe it's the red over there on the side, is we're going to have the angled parking on 6th Street. If we could just reserve me 2 spots out here on the very end, right over here, that would be great too. That would be close enough that we could get to it. Or on the south end back here is in the blue is a handicap spot, is a van handicap spot, which I don't know that we'll actually need that spot anymore once we get the angled parking.
We shouldn't need that spot
Yeah.
anymore, and that's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
That'd be a little closer
That-
for you.
that would be a good
Designate that
spot.
area.
Yeah, it would be a
You
good
can even
spot.
add on to it if you needed more room.
Okay, so just something to kind of keep in mind as we go through this process. I've told Tom, I've told Wade, so now I've told you guys, and made it public.
Is there not enough room right on the west side where the sheriff is, like the two end parking stalls right there?
That's all going away when you jail.
Well, I understand it's going
It'll go
away.
away.
There's a lot of stuff
See,
going away.
we were gonna have, we were supposed to have 1 or 2 reserved spots right here. Former sheriff was going to put a sign right there where your pencil is.
Uh-huh.
Yep. 2 spots for us, and it just never materialized. So we just park in the west parking lot, and it's not that far to walk over there. And if we have a lot of equipment, we'll just bring the car over and back it down the Sallyport and take out
Well,
there.
that's what I was thinking. I mean, that'd be the optimal place, because you're entering and exiting.
But I think that's
Yeah,
going
you got
away
a lot
with the
of
new
stuff to
building.
carry.
Well, it'll be a 10
You're in construction there for a year and a half.
Yeah,
Those parking spaces won't be there.
yeah, probably not,
Because that jail's gonna be within 10 feet of our current building.
yeah.
So, just something to think about.
I'm suggesting we're
Probably.
in blue there.
Mhm.
The
I
best for
agree,
now,
Tom.
anyway.
Yeah.
It would be.
Okay.
Mhm.
Get as
And I don't
close as
know-
they can.
It's a van, it's a handicap van accessible parking spot. I could probably fit 2 vehicles in there, but I don't know if it's regulation or whatever.
Well-
So we'd have to look at that.
Again, we can't start construction of this
Right.
jail basically till we have all this additional parking done, so.
Yep.
At that time, your vehicles could go,
Yep.
we would just do
Yep.
away with handicap
Mhm.
period, because we'll have so many
Yeah.
out here anyhow.
I think in
Designates
all the
them.
years I've been here, I've only seen 1 person parked in that handicap spot.
Yeah,
Because nobody really knows it's there. It's kind of on the south side of the building, and
right.
and the sheriff has used it for putting supplies and stuff in it before, so it's not.
Okay. I do not know why not.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Good. As I told you guys that we do IDs for all county employees, and I have forms here for the new commissioners. The top one is for your ID. The bottom one is the questionnaire for the newsletter for all new employees. So we will feature you in the county employees. Oh. You're talking. Your phone's talking, Don.
No,
Oh, it's your thing.
When I bring it up, it only stays about 2 minutes and it's gone again. It didn't stay.
I'll look at that.
So, I just need you guys to fill out the form, both forms, and there's a front and back if you have any, emergency responder qualifications. And then we will just bring it down to my office in the basement, or give it to Angie, she can put it in my box, however you wanna do it.
Okay.
And then I need to snap a picture of you guys on a good hair day, whatever day that is.
That's a
Pretty
problem
simple.
for me.
Okay.
Never did.
And you can return both of those forms together,
Okay.
whenever you get a chance. Here is my card, my cell phone number's on the back. If you guys need anything, have any questions, suggestions, my office is always open, my cell phone's always on, and my email is almost always not full. There you go, you and Ron. I think I gave my other one to
You're
Mike.
fine. I've got you.
You got me.
You know, Angie, with this, we've been supplied, plastic cards, got address or phone numbers on both sides of it. We probably need to update that, as many changes as we've had
I think that,
in the last several months.
Yeah, we need to do that.
If you don't mind, we probably ought to make some updates there.
On which cards you're,
It's on
Department head phone numbers?
department head phone
Oh,
numbers
yeah.
plus some others. There's a few changes there, telephone numbers have changed, changes in personnel
sure,
sometime in the near future.
we will do that.
so that's all I have. Do you guys have any questions, suggestions?
I was very impressed sitting in on the Wolf Creek drill, the
Yeah.
last one. I had no idea
lot.
there was that much involved.
It's a lot. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't. Until you see what goes on, you don't realize it. So,
It's crazy.
yeah. Okay. Thank you guys very much. Like I said, let me
Thank you,
know.
with you.
Thanks.
Central National Bank, Brenda.
All right, did you want to take a break, or go ahead?
Anybody need a break?
I'm fine.
Okay, all right.
You see it start floating.
All right. Well, good morning. I'm Brenda with Central National Bank, and as lead, I'm just here today for an update. I understand that you guys have already closed on the land out at Beto in December, because I understand you had to get that done quickly. So my question to you all is, are you wanting to finance that and reimburse the county back for that money?
It's been talked about, but not, complete, I guess, as of now.
Okay, because
So-
I've started the process, kind of analyzing it, but if you don't need to do this, then I don't want to spend time having, people, on this project. I mean, so that's why I need to know today if you want us to go forth or not.
I was under the impression it's possibly gonna go through the CID side. Is that correct?
Well,
Or the-
there's been, kind of like everything, there's been talk and suggestions or scenarios thrown out. So if we do find ourselves in a position, we can finance and make that payment from the CID.
we can
Is
get a
the way.
loan. Yes, that is correct.
Correct,
Yes.
and we're not at that point yet, I guess.
Okay, well, that's what I was needing to
From
know.
what I see, correct me if I'm wrong, Wade, and Mr. Skipper's not with us, so.
I think, my understanding is, there's some timelines that are coming up where the county will know more about what's happening up north, which will impact the direction moving forward, which would potentially include what happens with the house and shop and that type of thing on the property. So, I would say the county's in a holding pattern right now until
Okay.
the county knows more about what's happening there, and then at that point in time, this option may be looked at a lot more closely.
Okay, and who will notify myself then, if you decide that, so that way, because you'll have to have a Spanx, we'll need an appraisal, and that usually takes 3 to 4 weeks. So we'll need time to get it going, so when that time happens, will it be you, Wade, or Tom, or?
I'm
That'll
gonna
be
say it's
determined at that time.
Yeah, I said it'd be determined time, but more than likely,
It'd be the chairman or Mr.
Okay.
Skipper, probably.
yeah.
Okay.
I would say whoever
Okay.
they,
Okay.
So your time would
Assuming,
be
who
three.
knows, could be worse.
yeah, could be.
We might have to draw straws.
Okay.
Your time would be, I mean, like appraisal 3 to 4 weeks, and then how much more time, I mean, what,
Usually that takes the longest, so,
Okay.
I mean, if you,
so within that 3 or 4 weeks,
Yes.
the other part of it,
Have the other stuff done then.
right, yeah, so we just need time, so, once you tell us, give us at least 30 days to, get it done for you, is what we're asking.
Will it make a difference if the house and the shop are separate from the land?
No, because I was planning on just doing one mortgage with both, legal descriptions on it. So, and with it being commercial, I'm okay there to mortgage that altogether, since it's commercial property.
And I can see it being enough, dollars and cents, if you will, to have to take bids, so to speak, for the financing, I guess. I mean, if there's more than one bank in the county.
Well, I've talked to the other banks that want to be interested, so,
We haven't.
okay, and that's fine. So you can reach out to all of them and let me know. I mean, if you want one bank to do all the financing or have us do it as a group,
We haven't got that far into discussion
okay,
yet.
because I've, the other
We're
banks
not
and
that
us have
close yet.
talked about it,
Yeah.
so that you know, because we had talked about doing the jail, and then when that didn't go through, us banks were
Right.
offered this, so.
Mhm. Yeah, we're just,
We're not that far yet.
yeah, we're just not that far.
Okay, and that's fine, because that's why I didn't know, like, when you needed to get closed last, at the end of December, if you were wanting us to get that done, and unfortunately, we were not notified in a timely manner to get it done. So then you guys just did a cash sale. So,
Well, I don't think there's any intentions of going back on the property purchase. On the property purchase up there, I don't think there was ever any intentions of
okay,
going.
you had
going
always
back.
planned to go cash.
Mhm.
Okay, and that's fine.
But
So-
we also had discussed if there was a need that we could.
Right, if there was a need, we could.
Yeah, and that's fine.
And that's
So-
why you're here, so.
Right, so we just need to know when the time comes, and I will reach out to all the banks, and see who's interested for you. And because we've all discussed amongst ourselves about doing it, if there is a need. So, and we just need to know when the time comes, somebody notifies us in a timely manner.
I'm sure
Sure.
we will.
So, okay, so would that be Jesse then, or Wade?
We don't know yet.
Okay, and do you know?
We're gonna forfeit it.
And do you have any kind of timeline?
No.
Okay,
When we get the
okay,
green light.
When we get
Okay.
green light, somebody will contact somebody.
okay,
Yep.
okay. Well, that's all we've asked for, so we're in the loop.
What I would suggest you do if you wanna have a periodic update or something is send an email to myself and Angie, and then we
Okay.
can probably give you an answer if we send it to everybody here and one or more respond,
Okay.
then we have a open meetings act potential violation.
Right,
So-
I don't want that. Okay, so yeah, I'll send an email, just kind of maybe following up to see if you know anything or that. Okay, that'd be fine. All right, thanks you guys.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Sorry it took so long to get you up front.
No, that's fine.
Take a 10-minute break.
Sure.
Take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:08.
I'm a grazer. Wishing I had this stuff. Well.
We're back. Well-needed break.
Yes, sir.
Wade, you got round table stuff for us today? I figured we'd hit all that stuff before we go into signing.
Not necessarily. I have been contacted by some department heads who had questions about the policy manual. So Angie and I received a more recent update from with all the changes from last week from Christina, but Christina also mentioned that there were some other additional revisions that needed to be made, and I think maybe some department heads have also reached out to her as well. And where did they get the information? They watch the meetings just like anybody else, so.
Sure.
I would encourage that before that policy manual is adopted, I've set up a department head meeting to discuss a number of other topics next Monday at 3 o'clock. So maybe after that, there might be some additional feedback or something that, I know one of the topics that came up centered around inclement weather, and the way the policy read after they had watched the meeting needed some additional tweaking because it didn't fit that department the way that it was presented. Is that a good summary? Because Angie's included on those emails as well. That way you don't have a number of department heads come in and say, well, what about this? What about this? We can handle all of that, all of those questions up front and then bring them forward all at one time instead of piecemealing.
Well, and that's the whole thing about this handbook. It's not going to be
One size fits all?
Yeah, one size, I mean, we're trying to make a one size fit all, but if you wanna make sure you got every item, every I dotted and every T crossed, it's gonna be 296 pages like the other one.
I don't think it's gonna change anything in that, it's small details that just need additional tweaking, but it's not adding to anything, it's just tailoring it down
Yeah, we're not
a little
making
bit
a
more.
20-year policy, it's gonna be
Right.
updated as we go.
As long as each situation is handled the same that day there forward, does it really even have to be in the handbook, as long as it's handled, the situation is handled the same each and every time.
So for the weather situation, I think how the weather policy affects everybody but road and bridge and law enforcement is the same but yet different. So just to make sure it's differentiated for those two departments, I think that was one of the questions, and it was explored last week with Christina, but it just needs a little bit of tweaking. It's not a major change, but at least to hear what they have to say.
Sure.
And
would there be a problem for a commissioner to sit in that meeting at 3 o'clock on next Monday?
Nope.
I'm kind of debating if I'm gonna be here yet or not. It kind of depends on the weather down south. So, I would like to be present, and if not, whoever else would be an alternate set-in.
I'd volunteer to do that.
Can one or two of them set in on it, or you just wanna keep it at one or two?
my comfort level would be one, just in case we don't have And I understand you can have two, but then if
Okay.
one talks to one of the two, then you have a meeting, and then you have other problems. So if you just have one, then one can come back, and what we talk about can discuss things similar to Tom and I. We've talked about things with the architect and construction manager. I mean, that would be my suggestion.
I mean, I'd just like for a commissioner to hear, you know,
Sure.
it as well. Not saying we wouldn't get anything different from either one of you two, but I feel that.
It's secondhand information, though.
True, but I mean, it's coming from
Yeah, and it
the
would-
attorney and the clerk and the counselor, you know.
Would be from me too, that
You
was
know, I mean,
secondhand
yeah.
to everybody
Sure,
too, but, you know.
But you sit in a different seat than Angie or I, so if we tell you, you're sitting there listening as a commissioner.
Yeah.
So
Well-
it's a different perspective.
You know, like for me, I mean, Mondays is pretty well shoots my day for me mostly, so that's something that I can volunteer to do.
We'll be in contact. If I can make it back, I will. If I won't,
Yeah,
then I'll
great,
let
if
you
you
know.
wanna go, that's.
I mean, 'cause I
great.
wouldn't be here for the meeting, Monday meeting as well, so.
Okay. Yeah.
So 3 o'clock Monday, and we're gonna meet downstairs, in one of the meeting rooms.
The meeting room downstairs.
Right.
Okay.
That was, it was either the 6th or the 13th, and the 6th was chosen. To follow up on that, Commissioner Tom and I met with Joe Seymour last Tuesday. Is that right?
Yes.
Tuesday, and we met and we went over in detail the contract for the county, which is just the initial startup contract, and over time that's gonna have multiple addendums, addendum after addendum. But we were able to discuss that in detail, recommend some modifications to the language that's in it that fits Coffee County's specific situation. Having Tom there with his background in construction helped, because he's gone through a number of these agreements in the past and has been on the construction side of it, and subcontractor side too. You've dealt with both, haven't you?
Yes.
So I think that meeting was very helpful and productive, and the final product that each of you will see when the time comes will hopefully meet your needs and expectations. Was there anything else that came from that meeting that you recall?
No, other than we're gonna, all get together Friday, is that correct?
Oh,
Possibly for finalization of design of off-street parking, if you will.
So there's gonna be a meeting, a Zoom meeting with, a number of different, parties, including myself, Commissioner Huguenin, a representative from Goldberg, representative from, I think Joe Seymour is gonna be a part of that. Trying to remember who else is a part of that. Sheriff, just to discuss where we are, because right now it seems like we're sort of sitting idle and nothing's happening, and
that has to do with the parking, is that right?
I think it has to do with.
About all of the above.
Well, right.
We want to make sure that we're not just lying here, not doing anything. We want to have realistic timelines. I think there will be in the upcoming weeks some design updates that are going to be presented to the board for consideration, and some bid alternatives that will also have to be discussed. So that's maybe a preview into what's coming in the next several weeks. Larry Goldberg will be here to present that.
And Tom, I'm sorry, but last week you were talking about the sidewalks needed to be
It was just a
I mean-
suggestion only.
Right,
I
no,
mean,
that's,
there's some areas where, and we're not adding diagonal parking, but sidewalks being left, and some of those areas do have trip hazards. My philosophy is you're prolonging the inevitable if you don't just go ahead and replace all the sidewalks while we're at it now.
right, and I guess my question was, will that be discussed, or is that something that's,
I believe that's some part, be part of the discussion, not all.
because I took a look, I mean,
Two,
and if it's going to be addressed, it needs to be done, I guess my point is it needs to be, in the project, it needs to be done also. I mean, it needs to be addressed at that time.
yeah.
Because I think there is a need there.
Yeah, like I say, it was only a suggestion. I do know there's one handicap ramp in particular that's dilapidated.
You know, and I knew
and
that was
a safety
just-
hazard as it is now.
And I knew that that was a suggestion, and you'd mentioned that if we had a chance to take a look at it. And that's all I had.
And there's also a discussion about, with the ongoing issue with leaking on the wall down in the health department, about potentially seeing what it would take to make that a part of the project. And the ground is gonna be torn up anyways.
The thought that I had was the yard's gonna be tore up anyhow, would it be feasible to, I mean, can we put, like, we put a perforated tile under there and rock?
We've
out of
got
ways
one there
from-
now.
How far out from the building is it?
It's
You
up
know,
next to the building. There's
I see.
two 4-inch lines that parallel each other.
I see.
That
And they go
run
into
to
the,
some pump.
they run to the sump pump. Where's
Yes.
that water go then, into the storm drain or?
So there's, terminology's leaving me, sorry.
No, it's okay.
We've got lines that pump out toward the gutter in the street.
I see, okay. That's just what
It's
I'm wondering.
thought
if there's
that one of
some
those
ways-
leads to that storm sewer box out there, but the city's cammed it and they can't find it. Just dead ends on it, so.
Okay. I was just curious if we could.
There's a north one that leads, you can see where they took out part of the sidewalk to get it to pump straight north, so. That'll have to be contended with the off-street parking as well, so.
And the issue is, as you described, because we went out and looked at it last Monday, is the way the land sits or is situated. When it rains, it collects and then it goes towards the building.
This corner over here, yes.
Right.
So everything that comes from above, out of the sky, if you will, cannot get away from the buildings. So I'm sure that doesn't help, and like Jess and I was talking at one time, it could be, that water could be coming from the north end of the building and traveling, taking the path of least resistance to come out in that other window, so you don't really.
Could be moving.
I believe Andrea said that C&D was supposed to come back and redo that second window. So, we'll see if that remedies it.
So the question then becomes, is this a time to try to figure out whether that needs to be?
If you're gonna be setting sidewalks, you're gonna wanna make sure you've got slope from the building to the sidewalk to get the
Well,
water ring.
And you know, until you make that ground fall away from the building, you won't, I mean, once you do that and it still leaks, okay, we got a different problem altogether.
Mhm.
Yeah, so is there any way, I mean, you got your street elevation, everything, can we make that water run north? Can I shave that enough to get the water to go the other direction?
Without the topos and surveys from the survey team into that, I couldn't honestly answer you.
Yeah,
And there was
you
a
know.
laser shooting at this.
Yeah, I mean.
I would think you could raise things up against the building enough to get positive
Get
away,
as
but
high as we could get against the window wells and try to get it to, I mean,
I think you can.
you know,
You may have to, I don't,
you gotta get the water to run away from it if we can, is my opinion, in my experience.
just,
Trying to keep water out of my barns and stuff, you gotta fix it outside, or it's gonna find its way in.
exactly.
You know, we haven't heard from Laurie Goldberg that I'm aware of for several weeks. The target date for bidding starting the third week in April. Are they still on that target, I wonder?
That's why I'm pushing, I'm, just so you know, I'm one of the ones pushing to have these meetings because we have these tentative timelines, and if they're not gonna happen, then you need to know why and what the contingency plan is. I mean, I'm not in that line of work, I don't know if that's a realistic timeline, but we'll have a better answer come next Monday.
I do know it's gonna be advantageous to have River City involved in the parking as well as the building, that way they know exactly. Nobody has to tell them, hey, wait, you can't start, because this is done, they'll already know.
Right.
I mean, the communication lines will be already established.
So,
For lack of a better
with that being said, there was a conversation, I think, to answer some of your questions about, well, it said there's no additional cost for the pre-construction services, but then we had the 54.5, it's around 54.5, right?
Yeah.
For whatever the monthly fee would be, plus the 3.75, not 3.5. And there is no they're not asking for an additional pre-construction service cost, which is a separate fee that's a part of the jail project, and they're not asking for that. But that 54.5 monthly fee is included, but that also covers the jail project too. And according to what Joe mentioned during our conversation, the two will overlap at some point where you're benefiting by this overlap because both of them can be seen that they're handled at the same time. And then the 3.75 is the same fee that they have for the jail project as well.
So they're wanting 3.75 for the construction work for the off-street parking.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, they're just asking for the 3.5, basically, % of the cost of that. And starting the 54,000 earlier.
Correct, and then if this starts, well, that's being finished, that kind of goes away and dwindles back over into here, so to speak, they intertwine.
One of the things Joe mentioned, and you can correct me if I am misinterpreting, is there's a benefit to not doing some of the off-street parking, especially over on the east side or the north side of the parking lot, because they may have to utilize that space to go across for the construction, the initial construction for the jail. So that would be on the back end because they'd run over that, and if you went ahead and installed that, then you're tearing up something that got put in at the beginning. Is that?
Yes, it's the area between the school access and the courthouse access over here on the west side. So the north side, the existing parking there, south side, shows you that won't be done until after the jail is done to save any possible damage.
So that's one of the things that would overlap, and it doesn't make sense to have to do that.
Do that and get it damaged.
Yep. So, do you have anything to add, or was that a pretty?
That's pretty much it, if I remember right.
Any update on the agreement for the north property rental?
Yep, I've got, I'm almost ready to give it to you. I'm just running it through the Kansas Landlord Tenant Act to make sure there's not some legal issue with it that stands out, so I'll give it to you next week.
Might not be here, but. That it?
That's all I have for today.
Steve? I'm good. You good? Don?
I don't have anything. Angie's got a few what to do stuff, so I don't have anything specific.
Wade?
No, sir.
Tom?
It was covered with
Covered.
Mr. Bowie's conversation.
Angie?
As Don said, I've got some to-do things that the tourism board appointment, we still have not filled that. I reached out to Bobby last week, but he was out, so I figured he was probably pretty busy. So we're still working on that. Update on the time clock situation. We finally got a resolution last week, worked with Brad and the tech with the company and got the background program running and communicating with Coffee County now. So we are going to start over on our training since it's been a couple months and get back on that. So another thing was I got a call from Bobby at Trust Point wanting to know if you guys wanted any changes with the deductible on the Bailey property, or if you're happy with that. The house was $17,496 and the shop was $5,735. And I said I hadn't heard anything. I didn't know if you guys.
I'm fine with it, or I am anyway. I think that's fine.
Okay, so I will let her know we're good there. And then Wade already discussed the policy manual. Coming up in April is the Kansas County Commissioners Association, and it will be at Hayes, Kansas. And I was just wanting to check and see if any of you guys wanted me to register you or get you a hotel, or it'll be April 25th to April 27th.
That's the same one
Have
we
you
went
seen-
to Kansas City, isn't it?
It's been in Kansas City, it's been out, they moved it to Liberal one year, didn't they?
Mhm.
Because they didn't think it was being fair to western Kansas counties. It's been kind of moved all over. Kansas City, I think, has been the most popular.
This one's in Hayes. So,
What?
Have you seen the agenda yet?
25 to the 27th.
no, I have not.
Say, on my phone, they didn't have an agenda yet.
Yeah, I have not. I didn't see anything. I just got an email that was coming up. So,
I can't honestly answer yet. I may have company coming in that week from out of state, so I'll wait to hear from them. How soon would you need to know?
well, I figure the sooner the better because hotels may be hard to come by
Okay.
with so many commissioners.
What is just the one, 25th through the 27th?
Yeah, and it is, days are,
Tuesday through Thursday.
yeah.
There would be meetings all 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Usually let you out on the last day, like noonish.
Noonish.
I'd say. Just be
Starts on a Tuesday,
two
which
nights
is,
gonna be away.
it's been starting on Monday before, which we missed the first full day. So it's a better
And if you
calendar
wanna
date for us.
think about it for a week, I mean,
Yeah,
I just wanna
I just
get you a
need to check.
hotel of,
So for Tuesday, then what time would the first meeting be?
Probably 8 o'clock.
Okay.
They
So
start
you
Go up
pretty
the
early.
day, night before.
Need to be out there then.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a,
So you'd be
3.5
out
hour
there
drive.
3 nights, basically, correct? And come
Yeah.
in then Thursday.
You'd be a good 3.5, maybe
Tuesday.
4 from Waverly.
yeah.
so I can ask you next week. Okay, and then the next thing was business cards. In the past, the commissioners have had business cards. I actually just made some new ones for myself, that I hadn't done for a long time. I wondered if with the companies coming in, possibly up at Vito, if it would be nice for you guys to have your own business card with your name and contact information. If it's not important to you, that's fine too. I just thought I would throw that out there. I can order some, maybe come up with some designs next week or something and show you.
I still got probably half of mine left or a third. But if you change the design based on what's going on now, it might be more practical or.
I'd take some.
Do you want them just like that then? Like,
I use them when I go to those KAC meetings or this and that. and the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like that.
Okay.
That's fine with me. Already got the template, probably.
We don't need one.
No, I got your phone number. You just never answer it.
okay. So I will get some for Jesse, Wade,
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Steve.
He doesn't know if he wants to contact him or not.
Well, no, it's not that. How many do you have to order at a time?
I'm not exactly sure, but I think I can probably get as few as 25
Oh, okay.
or 50.
That
think
box
I
they
did
gave us
100.
last year.
I think 100 would last forever.
Well,
Yeah, that's
the reason
what
I
it
ask
is.
is because I had business cards when I was employed or working, And I think I had 500, and I think when I left, I still had 499. 499. Yeah, if you could, if you could do a minimum of, say, 25, I would do something like.
Okay. Do
See
you,
what-
the rest of you want like 25? We can always
I
reorder
mean, I
too.
don't know, or 50 or whatever.
Yeah, unless they get.
You probably get 100 as cheap as you will 25.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that could be too.
I think you get a discount probably the more you order.
Okay.
Maybe if you went
I'll look at it.
50 apiece. At least when I order business cards, the more I order, the better pricing you have.
Okay.
I just figured we made our own, that's what I figured. It just,
I could do that. I can order paper.
You can
and-
see what that costs too, though. Might be cheaper to have
it might
done,
be
you
cheaper to
never
have it
know.
done, I don't know.
Sure.
So,
I'll
Kinda
look
like
into
buying
it.
deviled eggs at the grocery store, you can buy the deviled eggs as cheap as you can buy the eggs.
Yeah.
Now explain that one to me.
Exactly.
I'll
And they're cut
I'll have my
up.
wife make her own deviled eggs, cause they're not gonna be as good as hers, so I won't mind.
Sure. I'm sure, that's just a cost comparison.
I'll look at what's cheapest. How about that?
Yeah.
And then the last thing is your committee list. If you want to look at this here, I printed it off again, so you have to get it out of your book. If you guys want to look at your own section and see if that looks accurate. The only thing I know for sure might not be is yours, Jesse, Lake Region Solid Waste Authority.
Never been the one.
Yeah, I talked to Jeff and Wayne Arb are the ones going right now
No,
to
okay,
that, and maybe Todd Bemis.
okay,
And that may be changing, so that's kind of my hold right now, so.
okay.
I've been on that fourth judicial meeting for 6 years. It is not even listed, I don't think.
It's underway for some reason, so I will move it up to you.
We normally meet about 6 times a year.
Okay.
It don't make any difference to me, if whatever you want.
No, that's fine, I didn't realize, for some reason it was under Tim Johnson. Was he an alternate, Don?
Tim would have been the old Tim, because
Okay,
I've
he was
had
on-
it for 5-6 years.
Okay, so that's what,
It don't make, like I said, we only meet, and we change. It'll be in Ottawa, and it'll be in Linden, it'll be here,
okay.
be in Anderson County. They move it around every month, or every month they have a meeting.
Okay, I'll fix that. Wade, are you okay being the alternate?
Yeah, but that's,
And that's on the Lake Region.
That's 4th Judicial District.
Of course.
Oh, I'm sorry.
what about, Steve, there one or more of these you'd like to shed from your long list you have here
Well,
now? I could,
I'm on
Oh, I got
Emergency.
website and the book.
the website committee. I'm not sure what meets as needed. What,
That is, with Rhonda Truelove, and I think Amber mentioned she's on it, and a few other department heads. And they meet when needed to discuss the changes to the website but I don't even know they've had a meeting for a while.
I mean,
They probably had a meeting, what was it, last year or the year before they went with one company
Yeah.
to another to transfer the current, servicing of the website.
and I could take something like that if you.
that'd be great.
Okay.
The Coffee County Website Committee.
Yep.
So you've got 5 alternates there.
Anything else, or?
I guess as
The Lake Region might be, that's more Wade's area, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, when you're looking at the Lake region, I'd think you'd be talking about John Redmond and Wolf Creek.
Yeah.
Is that
Well,
more your
Tom-
district?
Tom is on, he's the one on that, and then,
You're the alternate.
Oh,
Well, he would be Wade would be the alternate. if
yeah,
they
that'd
took
be
that.
fine.
You want me to do that?
That'd be good, I mean, if that works for you, Wade.
Yeah, yeah.
Move Lake
I don't
Region.
send out
off
warrants if I
of-
don't show up.
I never realized there were so many committees in this county. Dawn's got two. No, we moved one, didn't we? No, that went down, no, yeah.
He's got 3 now.
He's got three now, yeah.
Steve's down for the zoning committee, alternate.
Pardon me?
Steve is.
Steve's down for the, I mean,
Yeah.
I've been to one of the, or a couple of the zoning planning boards, I could,
Would do that, I mean,
yeah, 'cause Jesse's the main one.
Liaison, yeah.
It don't make any difference to me if you wanna,
That's the list you're looking at.
yeah.
Lake Region RC and D, who's taking that? Wade Thompson?
Yeah,
Yes.
alternate, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yes, that's what
So you don't have the Fourth Judicial District Nominating Commission on there.
Yeah. Oh,
Wade's on it.
No, that's the
Okay, that's-
Community
Oh,
Corrections
Community
Advisory
Corrections.
Board.
okay, that's what Wade is
You're
supposed to be on,
different
Fourth
somewhere.
Judicial District Advisory Committee.
What's that?
You're the one that is on the advisory committee.
For the Fourth Judicial.
That's the one Don's on, isn't it?
Yeah, before I said Dawn has it, I'm alternate is what I wrote down. Is that correct or not?
Yep, because Don's been on that.
Yeah.
And then the other one that's not on there that was Tim's was the Fourth Judicial District Nominating Commission, which is the group of people that is responsible for selecting judges.
That still needs to be
Uh,
put out there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. And so you're aware that's the group that, at least while Tim was a commissioner, was responsible for selecting two judges. One, Judge Brashears, who's now in Osage County, and then now current sitting Judge Reynolds here. And it's comprised of 5 attorneys, 5 non-attorneys, and they go through the process and then interview and select for a magistrate judge, who would be that individual if the position comes open, and then for a district judge, up to 5, no less than 3, but up to 5 to go up to the governor for consideration to fill a district judge position. But that's all about timing and if there's an open position.
I can't, ain't no way. I have a hard enough time making my zoning and planning board meetings. Wednesdays just fall catastrophic for me.
Is that, I mean,
You have to have a vacancy.
Wednesday's the hardest day of the week.
Yeah, Monday's over for me, but I can't seem to get anybody interested in changing this date.
Yeah, exactly.
You may not, it may not be something that happens at all during the time you're on it, and it may be Wild West, you never know.
I mean, I'd probably take the gamble. If nobody else wants it.
which one, Wade? Or,
The Fourth Judicial Committee,
Judicial District Nominating Commission.
yeah, whatever he said.
What do you say?
Yeah, what he said.
I can do it.
You know it?
I've only got 2 as it is.
That's what I've been
Yeah, you want it, go for it.
trying. Sure.
Under Steve, county website committee, Coffee County website committee, those are absolutely the same thing, aren't they?
Yes, I duplicated that, so
Would you much rather switch the court, or that other deal with zoning and planning?
That would be more my
That'd be more, I mean,
my interest, so to speak.
well, I mean,
That's fine.
if you wanna switch those, I'll take the, whatever he said.
Judicial planning.
Yeah, and
I'll take nominating.
Zoning and planning.
Nominating committee. Okay. I'll do that.
Wednesdays just do not work for me.
They were for me too, but I, Tom, is it your ed and then
Zoning,
zoning, planning? Okay,
and I would be an alternate
right,
for you if you wanted to.
that's fine.
I'd be an alternate zoning and planning.
okay.
So, okay, you're gonna be the on the zoning and planning, yes?
Speedy.
We are very efficient in here. Did you need one of these?
If at all possible.
I'll get you. Oh, is there
Thank you.
I didn't, let me fix that for you. It looks like it comes apart there when you get.
I guess you're gonna be the alternate on the zoning and planning.
Yes.
Correct.
And I know there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline that Tom's been trying to bring in, and I think would work just perfect.
We had some really good input.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
yes.
I'll have you one made.
Whenever.
When you get done all changing this around, then you can make a new list and see if we all ended up where we thought.
Actually, I've got it done right now, so I'm gonna print it off and let you guys look at it, since we were talking about it.
Killing trees.
That way you can double check me.
Now, Tom Ecan, didn't Bobby take that over?
Which one's that?
The Ecan?
He took
That's South.
Southeast Kansas Regional Planning.
I've got this pretty well scribbled up.
Some of
You
Some of those went
what
away.
you wrote tomorrow.
I know it. I pretend not to either.
Or maybe
So
the
was
other.
they, how many days, and I understand just a little bit. Just to clear out of it.
Just hope
Well, I
somebody
think
lets me
they-
know when I go show up, that's all I care. Trouble won't be there when they don't.
Something has to be brought down from the state because of that, or I don't know. Does it all stem from Wolf Creek?
No, it's, it's hard to explain, they do a lot of different things,
Here's the new
but
list.
Don,
See how we are?
oh, you get it last name.
We came up with everything, right?
Thank you. Does a lot of things. Habitat plan, he makes sure he can use deer meat and locker plants. They take bicycles from the landfill and take them out to Ellsworth, and inmates over there remodel them.
No, I'll be darned.
And they go back and pick them up and distribute them. I mean, he does a lot of things.
Oh, I forgot to move liaison to county zoning and planning. Take that after you, Steve.
Pardon?
The liaison to zoning and planning,
Oh,
I didn't get that removed.
yeah, that's gonna be.
That'll be me.
Yeah, that's Jeff.
No, that'll be Tom,
Your alternate.
and then I'll be the alternate.
Alternate, right.
Yeah, Tom's like,
So you're not alternate, you are the commission.
On the Fourth Judicial Community Correction,
Oh, you're not the alternate.
alternate,
You
Wade's
are.
gonna be the alternate?
Yeah, Wade's the alternate.
We'll have to make a motion to put me on the Fourth Judicial Nominating Commission.
I so moved.
And I'll second it.
Everybody wants to get on that boat.
Yeah. We'll talk.
Steve seconded it.
Mhm.
Oh, that's gonna fly.
I guess it's fine.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah. All in favor, say aye.
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 Get passed. Yay. I'll roll the dice on that. I'll make you have a seat. I'm gonna have to be in front of that judge one of these days.
Hey, you remember when? Just saying, you know.
Oh, boy. Everything else get straightened out?
I guess.
I'll be down to 1, 2, 3.
I'll be 3. You're an alternate on 3, so you'll be down to 3.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve will be down to 3.
Let's even it out a little bit. Yeah.
No, like
Oh,
I said, wait, he's
I mean-
alternate on 2. Yeah, get down on 3.
So we'll update your book.
Again.
That'll be it.
Again and again and again.
Yeah, where are we?
Well, I don't think I had any round table, I don't think. Yeah. I heard a little blip about the surrounding counties, mainly Osage, really getting aggressive on housing because of the potential of Vito Junction area, so just FYI. There's a lot of truth to it, but
I know they have something in place that if you're gonna, sort of, I forgot what it was called, one of the attorneys up there was telling me about it, a property tax filter for improvements that they won't increase
Your value. I mean,
the value for any improvements that are made within a certain period of time. And I could get a little more information on it, but
well, and that's what, Tom's been saying, build, and I don't know what your terminology was, credits or something, I don't know what it was, or.
that's one of the tax credits you can do, just because they improve the value of the home, just leave your taxes the same.
I'm assuming this was on new build, I don't know, but that's all I know. So, I know very little about it, but that's just, little birdie flew over and told me that they was gonna get pretty aggressive with housing because of what's, could potentially be transpiring under Vito.
And I need to do myself some more research on what Shawnee County City Topeka. I know there's a larger cities by far, but, we can implement some of the same things to get things accomplished that we want to accomplish. And housing is a problem nationwide, it's not limited to Osage County or Coffee County, it's everywhere. And I can't believe up there on the Gardner exit,
Mm-hmm.
do you see all those?
Those, condos?
Yes.
Or whatever they are, apartment complexes?
Mm-hmm.
They put them up overnight, it seemed like.
Yeah,
Been going up for
Crazy.
2 months.
It's crazy.
2 months they've been going up.
so, You know, that's just there
There's probably 60 rooms
in each
in
building.
each building.
Yeah,
There's 4 or 5 buildings.
Mm-hmm, and probably more going up, that's a big field.
Of
So,
course, look at that intermodal, and, I mean, that's continually growing
Oh,
up
yeah.
there.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's huge.
And 3 years after that intermodal was put in, it was already at max capacity.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
these big warehouse buildings is what's really driving it more and more and more. But, I did hear another little blip that there's some bill maybe passing for possibly property tax for seniors and veterans. Axing the property tax on veterans and seniors possibly,
Really?
coming down the pipeline. That's gonna be voted on. They're really getting big on the lesser prairie chicken thing that's gonna affect grazing and haying, burning pastures. There's really gonna be some stuff coming out of the pipeline, which I don't believe we have the lesser prairie chicken around here. It's more in the Flint Hills.
I was gonna say, it's
West.
west.
So, but it's coming. It's moving this direction, so.
I bet Mr. Tim Johnson's keeping track of that for us.
I can assure you, I think he's not there today. I think he went to Topeka tomorrow, I think. So, other than that, some stuff. Other than that, I don't have anything. I guess we'll just sign checks and vouchers and continue on. Do we want to break for lunch? Come back at 1 o'clock, or we want to roll through?
Can I order something for you too?
We've got 2 full boxes.
I'll leave it up to you, I brought my lunch.
I guess I just didn't work through it, but that's fine.
I can work through it,
We'll continue on.
wherever you want to do.
It's whatever, yeah.
I brought my lunch.
I see you brought all the different stuff.
He just didn't bring enough.
Sometimes feel like a nut.
Well, that container is full, isn't it?
I said it is full. Good grief.
I can order
Freezer
something.
anyway.
I don't need any. I go out to the old vending machine.
Still has to send the end, yep.
Where's this thing with that?
You just set it right here.
All right.
Come in. Like shooting a basket. Like shooting a basket.
Basically, it's a list of all these. Pardon me? Basically, that's a list of all these. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're fine, you're fine. I don't need a lot of room.
You know, it's just a conversation as always, but yesterday morning I could not sleep as usual. I got up, being quiet before I could start laundry and this, that, and the other. But I found this documentary, I don't remember what it's Netflix or, I think it was Hulu, about the USS Indianapolis. And he said it took 10 years to make this documentary, and he interviewed umpteen people. I'll tell you what, if you ever get a chance to watch that,
It's something to watch, huh?
man, I tell you, the stories them guys had and what they went through.
This is it.
It was,
And that'll have, you'll see all the vouchers in that next big stack.
it was, I don't know, a very moving documentary. I mean, of course, I like the Vietnam documentaries, Korean War documentaries, but I've never caught one on the Indianapolis. I mean, I've heard about it, but man.
So was it on its role in Vietnam, or was it just on, just?
No, they were the ones that delivered the Hiroshima bomb.
Oh, okay.
And,
Knowing that they had it.
well, they were, I forget the terminology they used for that ship, but they did not have to really check in with anybody.
They had clearances to go.
They had clearances to do whatever they wanted. They, like I say, they delivered the Hiroshima bomb. And they went to one port and left there, and they got caught by a Japanese submarine and sunk them. Them guys were floating out there in the ocean for 5 days.
Some of the things that our military people did in the past, like Normandy Beach and stuff, it's just, I'm a history nut too, and it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, no, these guys floated out there for 5 days. There was 1,100 and some on the ship.
That'd be.
So, what didn't die when they hit, the bomb hit, there was like 700 and some that went into the water, and out of that, there was only 350 that survived.
Angie, here's a workshop for a John Charlotte workshop in Garnett, February 16th, 23 for $1,000. You know what that workshop might be on?
Can I write it out for you?
They were standing on sharks.
Really?
Anderson County Development Agency.
Sorry?
And that's what they did, they did groups.
Anderson County Development Agency with
Just don't pay
That's not our
economic
fault.
development.
Someone was burnt and
That's not
I'll
our
have to
fault.
ask Bobby. 'cause
That's not our employee.
Yeah.
No, but it might be called something else. Let me ask Bobby.
I heard about it, and I just stumbled across that yesterday.
So then you was nice and quiet watching TV.
It was, I got to watch the whole thing without interruption. Yeah, the story some of the guys told, it's like,
Pretty good one.
heck am I doing?
Oh, it just, I didn't get it either till I set it down for dawn, and it come loose from the other one. Stuck together. Staple was hanging up or something. Room anyhow, that's good. They work okay if I just set them over, and you want me to turn them over?
However you wanna do it. You know, I always flip them over, kept them in order, but most everybody, they get so out of line time, they get all the way around. I always try to flip them over, but then they get out of line anyway, so.
Yeah, okay. No, I just don't want to screw up the system any worse than can be.
So that empty network, have we not paid them all of that money for the match?
What's that, how much is that for there?
151,938.
151,000?
But that's what was left over that they wanted to use. We voted to roll that money over
Did we cut that
to the
voucher
next project.
Didn't we cut that voucher in December?
Well, I've got a check right here. Oh, phone, landline, maybe this is just bills.
For me, it's just some of them are such
Oh, no.
given with the.
Capital,
Well, and that's
capital
all in City Valley, you
program
know, their
project
infrastructure
fund
money right here.
was $150.
Yeah, 'cause it's, you know, it's not much question there, it's yeah, I understand.
We made a motion, we had to wait for Brad. But had we already paid that amount, that 550 or whatever that was to MP Network prior to? I'm just wanting to make sure we didn't send them another $150,000, and they already had the $150,000. They just needed us to allow them to allocate it to another, because they said that Waverly job was coming in under budget.
But we took 150 out of the offer that was, you know, instead of needing 550, they only need 400.
Right.
And then we went ahead and cut a voucher for 150 last December, I thought.
No, you check it, wasn't in January.
Yeah, I've got the check right here for 150.
We approved that, they came and asked for that money.
But that was, my thing was, did we already pay them the 550?
No.
And they just had this much left over? So, that was my question. So if you feel that
We'd have to get Skipper, but Skipper was here at the time, and
yeah.
everything come in under budget. And then there were some other monies that come in, so there's an extra 150, and we approved it. I'll bet that's what that check is.
Okay.
I don't know the correct terminology, I think Bobby could help me.
I just wanted to make sure we had it already.
It came in like a month or so ago,
Yeah.
and asked for that, and we said yes.
Right.
That's probably what.
I just wanted to make sure that they didn't have a whole
These here are all
$550,000 check.
No.
And then turn around.
6 checks for the infrastructure.
And we're
6
writing a
checks
check for $150,000.
for the reparation.
They sent the invoices on January 4th. And, we didn't pay them anything in December.
We didn't cut a check for that 150 out of ARPA yet.
Not,
It's here.
Yeah.
It's here.
So it is here, and not the second time.
That should be correct.
Heading out, Mark?
I am.
You had too much
John,
fun?
for this one?
I have
I'm sorry.
Apparently Bobby is sponsoring this,
I took it that's what he's doing.
yeah, and he's a professional
Hopefully you guys can
speaker,
wrap everything up pretty quick.
like professional speaker.
John is.
Okay.
I kind of figured it was.
So,
How many people's going to?
I don't know. He's not here, I had to talk to Rhonda, and then I had to Google that guy's name, so. And I don't show we paid any more on that, just because
Okay.
we paid, for Waverly and Levo, 49,000 back in August, 49,000 and 66,000.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure we didn't give 150, or 550,000 wrong. And then they said, oh, well, we're gonna have another 150 left over, and then pay them another 150.
Yeah.
That's what I
Yeah,
can't.
no,
If they're sending invoices in, that's fine with me.
I can't explain it well enough.
The ARPA money was still almost the same all the way through November. We haven't seen the December, have we?
Yeah.
Did I get that to you?
Yeah, you did. Last week.
If it remained the same in December, then this would be the,
There was a $9,000 difference.
how much?
9. Here. That one goes to December.
I think it might be in your book, Dawn. I'm not sure.
It may. Yeah, this would be the first time.
Mhm.
And I think, did we receive the 250,000
We did.
from
The state,
the state
got it last week.
to help with,
Chip.
some of the chip expenses that we've been,
We did? Awesome.
which is only a drop in the bucket, but
Right, to start.
I think there's supposed to be some, supposed to be.
So Angie, like when we registered this truck, new vehicle, and we just pay the treasurer just basically a fee to register it.
Yeah.
The county doesn't buy tags for their vehicles, do they?
Well, we have to pay the state for the tag, basically, so,
I see, but this.
but we don't
Pretty low
pay
amount
taxes
then.
or nothing yet.
Okay.
You know, we're paying the first half of the budget on the Coffee County Airport. They never did lay the concrete down, did they, on the approaches?
Not yet, no.
Yeah, I was by there the other day, and it looked like it's still grass.
I don't think it was supposed to start till,
I was
it
thinking,
was this year.
I was thinking they was doing that in the fall, but I was probably mistaken.
No, it was this year. Where was I at? I lost myself. Oh. That's all that department. All that. Okay. Both of these, the whole thing is. And then back in there, there'll be all the receipts and everything that they did. Okay.
Just for grams, do you have the total on the chips?
As far as
Spent.
spent,
I know it's a moving target every day. Did you get hit up for Ducks Unlimited already, Tom?
Not yet. He'll catch me at the office for this week.
One in here from the sheriff's office for Ducks Unlimited. Told him it'd be cheaper for me just to sponsor something and not show up than it is to sponsor something and
Show up, yes, it is. I spend more than my sponsorship when I show up.
Yes. I think I did like 4 times and sponsored.
It happens. Although I have wound up some nice paintings and
I probably got pretty close to being even with what I won. It was good. I'm good with that.
yeah. Sponsored every year. Haven't heard anything from Quail lately.
Good.
Things are moving slow on this computer.
It's Monday, it doesn't wanna work either, does it?
Yeah.
Angie, on this economic development, 6,523, most of that is in Doubletree. Was Bobby entertaining some of the businesses up there, or companies?
Where, what city was that in?
Doubletree, the Overland Park.
That was that weekend,
Was that weekend that you and Bobby went south?
No, that would have probably been the last
This is on the
meeting.
8th and 9th of January.
He was in Kansas City.
That was in Kansas City, that was that
Kansas City.
weekend, 8th and 9th.
He was up there the whole weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or something like that, wasn't
Take care of all
he? Yeah,
the companies that's being involved.
Yeah, that was that big meeting. Eighth and ninth.
Yeah.
This is you said January, right?
January the,
Eighth and ninth would have been Sunday and Monday.
so they got different dates here. Started out January the 9th and 10th, 11th. Also got January the 6th to the 8th listed.
Be a fair question to ask Mr. Kipper, probably.
Yeah. I believe that is that the 6th and 7th and 8th was when they was in Kansas City. But don't quote me on that.
He was up there here recently, I know, for part of the CHIPS deal. I don't know if that's the days, but I do know he was there.
Mm-hmm.
So I assumed that.
Well, the 6th is Friday, so it's 8th and 9th will be a Sunday and Monday.
I don't know who, like, organized that and rented the complex or anything like that. I don't know about that.
So right now, to date, it looks like 4,197,769.
That's including land.
Right.
Yeah.
And not land would be about 100,000, 97.
Well, so that 250 will last a little while, won't it?
So this is transportation. This is the actual procedure. Correct.
Thank you, Angie.
Yeah.
If I didn't tell you, thank you already.
That's okay.
Got the check here for that truck from Master Tech. For Road and Bridge, and they never did say if they took it in possession or not.
Lot of dues. Yeah, there's sure a lot of dues being due.
That's a lot of do's and don'ts, right?
No, there's like dues to, what's it, organizations,
Mm-hmm.
treasurers, sheriffs.
Wade, here's one of our attorneys,
Treasurers.
$1,555, that increase starting to 2023,
And it's still low.
it's been about $1,200-1,300.
It's still way too low. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is or isn't. Are many of those attorneys that are retained, do many of them perform services during the month?
That are on the panel?
Well, we'll be paying 3 or 4 of them.
Oh, yeah. They stay plenty busy. There will be some point soon where, as I indicated, what they're paid now is low, woefully low.
Let me just flip them over.
Oh, you're fine, you're fine.
So for felony cases, the bid rate, which isn't something that's dealt with here, and bid to the Board of Indigent Services, it's either $100 or $110 an hour for work performed.
Pretty much, yes. Good program. Save somebody's life. That basket getting full over there yet? Any indication of how we're getting along?
About a quarter of the way full.
This is same basket over there?
Yep, yep, same bag.
Making sure.
Slow but steady.
Use and utilities.
Lawyers and insurance.
Yeah.
Dues, utilities, lawyers, and insurance.
Kind of like death and taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I won't spend it in.
Taxes still continue after you die.
Here's one from Monty. Logo, KSMC logo development, logo research. They putting a sign up someplace in the county, or?
Or is that just the logo that?
Finalize logo concepts for client presentation.
Probably was for the chip, the new
Kansas
logo.
Consortium. That was my thought. Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
CHIPS
Coffee
deal.
County chip.
There's no detail in it, so.
You may not have been here when that came through though, Don. There was
It wasn't.
10 pages of different logos and
Back in November, early December.
somewhere in that neighborhood, and then a selection was made, so that must tie to that.
It was rigged too. Yeah, that was kind of a scam deal, I thought. How that turned out. to pick one out, and the one I picked, nobody liked it, so I let them pick again. Drew up Tim's and said, yeah, I like that one.
Should've confiscated the gavel.
Something.
Walk
I thought it
away.
was kind of rigged. Just watch. That's a question I keep meaning to ask and keep forgetting. When you're coming from Kansas City towards Vito there and you get to the county line, we've got a Coffee County sign there that's welcome to Coffee County that's barely legible. Is that sign property still under lease, or what do we need or can, or should we do something? That'd be a question for economic development as
To
well.
improve that, because it's really dire, it doesn't represent our county very well.
Do you want me to call Rhonda?
We'd have to, I mean, she would know.
That would be the one, what's his name? He used to work at Wolf Creek.
I could've looked on my account and seen who owned the property, but I just didn't know whether we still, I suppose you pay.
Raylan Phelan sign, I believe.
I suppose we pay to have that sign there, or did pay, if it's not still being paid.
I know when you gave up on the one north of town here, by the, that lake development, just north.
Oh,
Between here and
yeah,
New Strong,
yeah,
it was
yeah.
on the west, east side of the highway, yeah. But we don't have anything on it anymore. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it would appear to me that we'd either ought to fix it, or it ought to be taken down or painted over or something, because I just didn't know what the situation was.
Well, I think we renewed the 3-year contract with Raylan Phelan.
She's on the lunch, nobody's down there.
Lunch?
Some people get that.
This light up here that's been replaced, was the ballast bad? Did it wait, or just all go went out at once?
I'm not sure.
Which don't make any difference to me. I was in here Saturday for a while looking at stuff in between ball games. I seen it go on, so.
It is kinda nice. It's a nice option.
I'll tell you what, it made quite a difference.
It was really
When
dark
it
in
went out,
the
it-
corner, I couldn't believe it.
I just want some leftover chips from the party, end of your party, they're over here.
Oh, okay.
You want some too?
Sure.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I'm fine.
That we can turn on there for you. Wait, you want some?
Yeah, I could turn it on once in a
You can turn these hands.
while. Come out and see if we can make anything happen there. That would be great, thank you.
Tom, you want some?
No, thank you.
Jesse?
No, thank you.
Thank
Wade?
you.
No, thanks. So Wade, you had mentioned the Lebo school, and it sort of the two of these are together. The leads online, you've already signed it. Levo, half came from the county attorney's diversion fund, the other half from the sheriff's special law enforcement trust fund. Why that's key is that's not taxpayer money that contributes to those funds. So for the diversion fund, the prosecutors in the state can develop a contract where people, and speeding is the best example I can use, where somebody who is not excessively in violation of the law and they don't have some crazy driving record, I can offer them a diversion. And the diversion is a contract that they sign, that they agree for X period of time. They will commit no further violations of the law. They have to pay the cost, court costs, the fine, and then the other ancillary fees that go with it. And then they also pay an additional cost, which is the diversion fee to be eligible.
Then they violate, they come back and get the penalty, is that correct?
That's correct, but if they don't violate, then it does not show up as a conviction on the record. That's what they got out of it. So all the diversion money that comes in that's distributed out comes from that type of program. So anything that comes in, I pump back into the community through, for example, each of the schools and their after prom programs. This other thing is the Leads Online, and it's a law enforcement program where people can provide tips to law enforcement to help solve crimes. And it's been proven to be beneficial to local law enforcement. So that was paid for out of diversion money. There's a number of programs that the diversion money pays for.
Well, I think that's great.
And the same thing with the sheriff. He has his special law enforcement trust fund that is generated through non-taxpayer money. I guess they're taxpayers, but they're taxpayers that it's not part of the tax base.
Right, it didn't come out of our budget.
Exactly. So just so you're familiar with when you see those come through.
Well, I think it's an excellent deal. And it's excellent to sponsor those
Oh,
things.
no,
I wasn't
106.
questioning that, I just asked if we did it with all the schools.
Sure,
I figured we did, but.
It was a good primer to maybe describe, because I don't think you've really.
Yeah, I didn't understand where the funding was coming from.
I think all schools requested, 2 or 3 years ago, didn't have a prom.
Well, during COVID.
That 1 year ago, COVID. Here's an invoice for $20,000. Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission through the Economic Development. I didn't know whether, this is phase 1, is there a phase 2 that goes with that? I wonder how much more money they're gonna.
No, voucher ID, sorry. 800-502. 800-502. Check number was 101-026.
So this interpreter, that's like for court proceedings. No have language, right?
What's this? I mean, is this, there it is, training, but for Judge Reynolds, is she removed?
Yep.
Is that, okay.
Bobby turned it in.
Oh, that's not good. I don't have to pay for that. I paid for my room. I paid for my room there, and I paid for my room and all of them. How do we do? Bobby turned in mileage for me
Okay.
driving to Kansas City, and I don't want to pay for that.
We could just void the check.
Okay, so that would make up his difference?
No, it'll just, void it out for you completely.
Okay, because he's got me on that page there.
something else for number two.
Second page.
Yeah, it'll just void it out.
Okay.
Go away.
Okay. Does other people need to sign, other people needs to sign that, don't they?
No, we'll just void it and.
But there's his reimbursements on there too, isn't there not?
No.
Oh, that was just,
It was
that was all that he put in for me? Okay, yeah.
I don't know why they would.
I don't need reimbursed for going to Kansas City.
Jesse, here's a check for Southeast Kansas Regional. Phase 1 housing study for 20 grand. Did we take action on something like that, or was there a phase 2 to it?
Wasn't that, is that the study that they said there was like 4,000 people leaving the county every day and
27.
whatever it was, yeah, whatever those numbers were.
There's more leaving than what's coming in.
Yeah, right, even coming in. Was that was a housing study?
It's a housing study for 20 grand, phase 1, and what's phase 2 and 3?
Is that what Rhonda was talking about? That should've went through, wouldn't that went through them?
I don't
I don't
remember.
know, Don. I can't
I don't
answer that
remember us.
question.
That's another skipper question, because
That housing study wouldn't cost that much money.
we paid, yeah. I
That
have
was
to-
40.
Yeah,
Is there a phase 2 to it?
there might be, but you would wanna clear that up with Bobby.
Yeah. I'm trying to recall exactly what we did there, Dawn, I'm sorry, it'll come to me here in a minute.
I was here at the meeting when they discussed that people moving or going out of county and coming in. I don't remember these type of dollars.
It was substantial, but I don't know about a phase 1 or 2 or 3. I thought it was just a 1, but I do know Housing Authority said they couldn't use that because it was, for some reason, for her grants. She had to get a separate one.
I find that type of stuff
Amazing.
amazing, because it's gonna spit the same amount of information out,
Pretty
or
much.
it should. All it does is drive up the cost of doing business.
Yep.
Oh, this thing out here.
So we got a charge to Lewis's for oil recycling, so I'm sure like lots of places, we don't burn all of our waste oil and the furnace can't keep up, that I assume.
I would guess, and I find that if we've got a whole oil heater at the shop down there at the county, I find that hard that they can't utilize all that.
I don't know how much oil we produce and how much that thing was capable of burning, you know.
On the surveying and mapping, was that for out here or up
Probably,
up there?
I don't know how much it is.
This is $3,200, and there's
Yeah.
another $3,200 coming.
That's probably for this over here, be my guess.
It is, we're up there, up north.
Up north? Oh, okay, we're up north. Fine.
I'll look, it's not a big deal. But, thank you. I've got one I need to look at, see if something needs to be. Whole front.
Yeah, this is your guys' first check in water signing, isn't it?
Yes. Been looking forward to it.
Yeah, I bet.
Get in.
You're gonna mark this down on the calendar, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'm feeling a little sick today.
You'll probably wanna go to the bathroom and
Not come back.
not come back. Keep flushing, keep flushing.
I'm glad my
Terry, if you will, put things on my desk, questions. Have you ever gotten, like, the state of Texas, a toll, comeback fee? You go, I've never been to Texas with a commercial vehicle.
Yep.
And we had one of our trucks kept getting a charge, or just like you're talking, and we finally figured out there was a motor home at the same license plate number as our commercial tag did, and that's why
They wasn't counting the 0 on the front of your tag.
is that what
Yep.
it is?
Yep.
Cause it was just like, you know, every time, that wasn't us, okay, we'll take it off, it's like, what's going on here, you know?
Here's a voucher from Western Consultants,
That's the ones that Lawrence.
377 hours of work, KSMC CHIPS Act.
That's the ones out of Lawrence.
Yeah, right on. Is there gonna be any more of that, do you know of?
Yes.
So it's ongoing.
It's ongoing.
That will be an ongoing deal.
They're the ones that are doing the they're doing the politicking. They're doing the writing, the grant money, the writing for the chips.
So this goes back into November, October the 14th to November 3rd, those are meetings that
That's the two couples, two men and their wives, correct?
Yep.
Hey, Don, where was that taken from on that one you just had?
I'm sorry.
The Lawrence bill, where was it?
Western Associates.
Yeah.
The Lawrence
Oh, here it is.
It's at 49.
Oh, right here, right here, I'm sorry.
I just wanna make sure we have that one. Okay,
That
that,
goes all the way back to October, November.
and I don't know how much Bobby's paying for things out of his fund either, so I need to get with him on that.
And if he's not marking it chips,
Yeah.
it needs to be marked chips so we can
Yeah,
track the whole.
yeah.
I sure hate you signing that.
I do it all the time. I'm the poorest, no, actually my wife, I'm the second to poorest paid employee at our company. What we draw out every month.
Uh-huh. Very minimal per hour, isn't it?
It is, seems like. You know, your own business, you're rolling. Apparently so.
There's a point in time, Wade, where you're just gonna say, I'm fed up with this.
I'm
We're doing
fed-
it, I'm fed up with it, we're doing it for peanuts, and then you'll
Pay yourself.
pay yourself.
Yeah. You know, kind of looking at the benefits of raising that some as far as social security points or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's a real question for somebody smarter than me to answer the ins and outs of that.
Yup.
Are you doing with those?
No, I haven't hit this one yet.
Steve and Reed, Terry needs to see you guys at some point before you leave.
Oh, picture or what?
Yeah. Terry and payroll.
Oh, okay.
You sure you didn't have two of those containers full of vouchers? Just six.
One's still down here on the floor, untouched.
Road and Bridge. So we lease our drones or something for the sheriff's department, is that what that was? What was that for this one? Yeah, one. Let's have dues and subscriptions, I thought this passed by, yeah, okay, pre-order, and I should look at it closer. It's all it said, sheriff.
She can take it out.
Should look at it closer. There's video sharing on the screen, and traffic. So is there some kind of subscription for? There's a subscription for about anything you wanna subscribe to. And here it is.
And there's one of them.
I keep on, like, contract attorney, what's that?
So,
That'd be like out of Waterloo?
well, so the county has a panel of attorneys who provide, legal representation to people who are indigent and
Okay,
court appointed
all right,
attorneys.
all right. I just saw 2 or 3 of those hang out.
Yep.
Okay.
Just sold a bunch of their nuts. I need to get a hold of the county barn down there. I think I've got some left over. I just give them to them.
An expense that's the responsibility. of the county.
$47 for ram mats, and I had 2 full boxes full of them, and I think I sold 1 box on Big Iron, and got like $9.50 for the whole box. I was not.
It's just an item out of place, isn't it?
There's only so many
Somebody
attorneys
needs it
around.
somewhere, but
Sure.
you can't.
There's a shortage on that. There's
Same identical,
There's a study
Yeah.
same
being done
identical.
right now. Because out west, they're really in trouble.
I've got a whole box of that stuff.
Oh, yes, they are. Take it to the county barn. Sell it for $20 a piece.
Maybe they can sell it on the county surplus auction.
Yeah, exactly.
Get better money.
Food for snowstorm, like that. In case it's food for snowstorm.
What you're signing right now is what ends up in the paper, the summary. somebody files for an open records request, this is what you get.
Oh, yeah, you can see it, you can see it. Interesting. They're closer than we know.
This looks like a surveying crew of one man. I wonder if that's what they did up there at Vito. The times I was by there, there was 2 or 3 guys.
Who's that for?
Pardon?
Who's that for?
This one here is to Cook, Platt, and Stroll.
That's probably the core, they was probably up there coring with the, drill truck?
This only goes through November 25th.
Oh, okay. Yeah, doesn't have much for toes.
No, it doesn't look like a regular.
Yeah. These engineers are full.
Yeah.
Oh, they are, I know.
Pretty expensive.
30,000 on that one, the first one.
Get hold of all of them,
That's the way it started.
okay.
How much was that engineer?
Well, the engineer's 35, and the survey was 30. Total of 75,000.
75,000.
And that was through November 25th.
I don't think that would have been the core.
It covered about a month, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, yeah.
On the second page. August the 27th to November 5th, it'll be three months' time frame.
With all that being said, I hope we can separate out what they do for road and bridge well enough from our other duties that they have, so that we know exactly what we spend on road and bridge and engineering fees to
Right.
finalize decisions there, because that's the conversation I've had with a few of them down there. Let's give it a year, see where we land.
Right.
And
Well, and that's what I hope everything that's coming through for the road and bridge is
We just need to request it to
R&B.
be, billed that way.
Yeah.
well, and if I remember right, what they did with Sabian was gonna separate it out that way to where he could actually just go in his computer and say, this is how much I spent, this is how much I spent there. And
Right, well, that's why I brought to Angie about marking all this stuff for chips, you know,
Right.
marking for chips, that way we know what we're gonna have to get reimbursed if it's sometime, which I'm sure with the number you gave me just a little bit ago, wasn't even $100,000 yet.
Yeah.
And we've already went through that.
Well, that's, yeah,
This
today.
document isn't marked as chips, so would that be? or is
It's
it-
all listed in economic development,
Okay.
It's about gotta be chips.
yeah, it has to be chips.
because that's where it specifically sent to economic
We
development.
just need to make sure Bobby's marking stuff that's coming out of his account
Yeah,
as chips as well.
Send an email telling them that to make sure.
get it back, yeah.
I mean, it says on-call engineering services, but it's, Saban said he'd keep a document that had it all separated, so I'm sure he's keeping track of it.
Yeah, I know he said he was gonna code it for each, like our, trails and such was one, and chips was another, and road and bridge was another. So, like I said, at the end of a physical year, not having an engineer and staff,
Right.
I do know,
Costs us.
in conversation, they said, road and bridge down there said it's somewhat of a hindrance, if you will, because they used to be able to just go, well, this is what I need to do.
Competing ones.
Yeah.
And this, so
So now you gotta wait a couple weeks or whatever, so,
more of a convenience than anything.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Jessica, she's, usually giving me
Or they've always given me a hard time.
Yeah. I'm sure she's talking.
He
She
is
had that
on
one
the,
here from Glenn last week too, but I'll double check and make sure.
planning board.
I just
Okay, so that's all I'm just.
make sure so that doesn't,
Yep.
Kind of
So
clear.
I don't know how he got that many miles involved. That's 154 miles on one day,
Yeah, but you
so I don't know.
understand how they.
Yeah.
looks like it made it past you.
Oh,
Somebody signed on this.
Rick's on call.
And this told Tom too.
Are we into the second?
Nope. Second stack?
That's a double there, Don caught that one.
I think they're still dreaming away. That stack looks like it's still 2 inches thick.
Yep. Tom's gaining on me here, bad. Sometimes I catch up, sometimes I don't.
There's that. That's all that one book.
That's all that.
That's all that, yep. Then we start on the next pile. My daughter already put in orders for boudin.
For what?
Boudin, Cajun sausage.
Oh, yeah.
It's the agenda. I might have had it up last week or.
I did do this one.
Yeah. It's on.
Yeah. Yeah, evidently drove someplace, 154 miles.
KCI?
It's different rates, but it's got listed the same day. So it's evidently different days. Brandon Burke, see Brandon's on it.
Is he on the-
He's on the
Oh,
planning
okay,
board.
all right.
Not this one yet, not until they start on the others, but.
And Jennifer, you can answer this one, well, as janitor. Service, Coffee County Extension Service bill for them. Service call, mileage to Burlington. Evidently, it got locked out. Should that go to the
Oh,
Kansas
from
State?
Midwest Locksmith, okay.
Should that go to Kansas State, or do you know?
That ended up in my,
Yeah,
Oh.
that would be,
Okay.
I guess they called that, since it was the county's building, then it would be
If they maintain it,
the extension office.
I was thinking they were maintaining it.
I thought they were going to budget for that.
Yeah, when they were down.
Mhm.
What was it for?
Evidently, to exchange, make a lock, or a lock was evidently broke. So whether it was locked out or what, I can't tell for sure.
I don't think they're budgeted for that, 'cause they wouldn't have any idea how to budget for it.
Let's see,
That's a
we
fixed-
paid for the building, paid for all the repairs, but I think that was the end of, I'm not too sure that wasn't the end of our responsibility.
Well, anything that's attached to the building is gonna be our responsibility. The heating and air was our responsibility.
It was up front,
Mm-hmm.
but is it after?
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I think they were asked
And
to
it's not a
do
huge-
snow removal.
it's not a
and
huge
mowing
dollar, but-
budget, and they're somewhere relevant, else, that just up their budget request, to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
the county pays one way or another.
Exactly.
We'll be getting something from the hospital, have we not? Before too long, a visit?
Because the last time they were in was October,
Been a while.
October 3rd, I believe. Well, yeah.
I see they're losing colonoscopy specialist down here.
Mhm.
So that's not gonna be coming out of Topeka anymore.
No. You know who you're getting, or?
I don't know, I said, nobody, to my knowledge, I don't
They
know.
hired a surgeon.
Oh, did they?
That's what I was told. What, booked the games yesterday?
Watched the second half of the 49ers game. Seems like they were a different team after Purdy went out. And then the Chiefs game. It's a good game. Curious what would have happened if that late hit penalty wouldn't have
Happened?
Yep. It would've went to overtime.
Did you see them do that third down over again?
Yes. Yeah, it was, they said they called the play dead. It was in the backfield of, it was clear over on the backside.
Yeah.
Other side of the field.
I was like confused, what the hell, what the heck they doing?
I think that was a play clock. I think it was a play clock, or a clock deal reason they called it dead.
Yeah.
See, it went from whatever it was minutes down to 24 seconds, but the field judge is the one that came all the way in from the defensive back.
Mm-hmm.
And they showed that finally, that he came in with stop and play.
That ref on Cincinnati side was getting here.
I was the one to transfer.
Put me on the other side.
Yeah, my ear's tired. I need a nap.
Can you see what that does?
Impossible
Like,
job.
So, I mean,
Oh.
I'm curious how that would come out on Xerox. Neat. So for redactions, software I can redact. When I need to get a specific redaction tag.
You'll make it?
Drainage is terrible.
Everybody's dealing with it, seems like.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them you can't, but some of them you can.
Yeah, I know, but should we be able to see that? We shouldn't be able to.
Probably, the issue would be if someone makes a quarter request, will it show up if a copy is given?
Do we need something marked out?
There's medical information where it's redacted, but how well it's redacted. So if this, so for example, on this one, if you look at it, it's redacted,
But can you make a copy of it?
but if you make a copy of it, what will show up? Will it show up? Will you be able to see?
The letters don't, I don't think so.
Because it's redacted, but.
Right.
Okay. I'm glad I brought this.
That needs, in other words, that needs, that needs to be completely, like, because you can read all of them, I love all of them.
But we just need to make sure someone makes an open records request or comes in. Review anything to do with anything that would be considered medical or HIPAA related needs to be redacted, so.
I love it.
I don't even want it all.
I could, but I can't.
Just for the day, right?
Yeah, I can for the day, but the next 3 days, bad day. Went to fire up my smoker last night, and I had 10 pounds of chicken livers.
I don't feed my
Well,
people.
on that, we had probably 8 people at the house, and, they smoker was work, so I had to fire up my outside fire pit.
Yeah.
Okay,
It was a little cold outside trying to cook chicken.
Okay, so what?
Glad you're done with it.
I got done, it was good.
You black it out, make a copy, and then black it out again and take it out.
Okay, so if somebody made a request to view this, would this one was flagged, so.
Well, we would make a copy of it and then black it out more. Because you can't see it, right?
Yeah. We just need to make sure that we figure that out somehow. So somebody, I doubt anybody will, but.
I did that just for separation.
Oh, okay.
She said.
That's a good idea.
Mine and this is your, is it, or no?
No, this is.
Yeah, she put that one in mine, so she's calling on it.
That's fine.
I'll give her that one too if you're done. And then, do you want, are you okay with this for now, and then?
I just put a flag on it, so if there's a request, because the number of them are that same way.
Okay.
Like this one has. The date, when it was with the name, you can see the name, and it would be the purpose of the.
Evaluation, assuming this is for new hires or something.
Not all of them. You can use it. The light's just right, you can see every single one of them. So I have to mention it.
I would assume, or an in-house
department.
Probably do it more in my way.
Angie, we got some autopsies here, $2,100 a piece. When did they go to 2,100? I don't think I've ever seen one even close to
There's
that.
there's three individuals.
Three of them for, well, 2,100 a piece, $6,000. I've never seen, I'm not sure I've seen any over 1,000, but I could be mistaken.
I'm looking to see if there's anything.
Yeah. Good. Oh, they do, Facebook and see.
I'll have to call up there and find out, because I don't know when they would have
I
gone
don't
up.
think I've ever seen anything that.
I didn't see the, I mean, is that where the bars was?
No, they go to Topeka, but they'd probably be
Oh.
billed through that firm.
Okay.
That was there. Yeah, principally.
I don't recall where the billings come from, but it does say Nashville now, but I don't think we've ever seen anything over that at all.
I mean, I don't know.
We'll call and find out.
On engineering services outside for a year.
We got full road department.
That's what the reality is. Don't hire, follow their rules, go straight.
Two road bridge.
Yeah. So she can fire.
Here's what's from me, you and I. That's what I was gonna say.
It probably been dirty. It may break the machine.
You're done already?
Yes, ma'am. You're right.
Oh, here's some stuff, you don't want that.
So I don't know if we actually need to have that in person. Let's not go up.
Yeah.
So, go into my research file.
So our jail is full currently when we have these inmates. Releases in it.
Which county is it?
It's
We've got several we're housing in Woodson for some, one for overflow, two for some conflicts within the jail that they would be able to be housed here anyway.
Oh, because of particular case or something, that'd be across the aisle from each other.
Those go with that.
Pardon me?
Those go with the rest of that.
Okay, so do this first.
It's, they go within, in that box, yes. It's just payroll, but just let you know it goes with the rest of what you just did.
Okay. These all need signed in here, just the
Correct.
same, I guess. Then there's a different group after these, is that correct?
Thank you.
Another interpreter.
Yeah, I saw one or two others back there that
They're needed on a regular basis.
I'll bet they are.
from our history on paying them, it looks like they raised them at the beginning of last year, 2022.
So they have been 2,100? I didn't think they'd be even close to that, but I couldn't. Thanks for looking at that.
Yep.
So what's the Danvers,
He was the old,
lobbyist?
lobbyist.
He'll be
That was his last
finishing,
day.
Oh, okay.
finishing up his contract.
I see that now, I didn't see the date.
Oh, I missed that one line, didn't I?
No, I put one in.
Oh.
Just came in the mail today.
It's down there.
Okay. This is separate. Okay. That was the end of that box. This is the start of Road and Bridge, new box. Okay. There's a gap between the two, or, well, I don't know why they put that colored paper in there, they just do, but it does help.
I just
It's
did it
helping,
to
right?
separate boxes.
Yeah, because it's helping right now to keep, because you don't wanna mix that stuff in with that, anything to your left right now. Okay. And there could be to pay. Pardon me? Or there could be to pay. I see. I don't wanna get in trouble.
I think the original reason for the colored paper was one section was bills and the other one was tied directly to employees.
So was there any uprisings from the Memphis video?
Yeah, I think
Some of
so.
it to me was, I don't know. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I think there were some issues across the country, nationwide.
I seen something, Georgia and Memphis was the two that I seen that was.
I think it made its way all the way from east to west coast.
I didn't see anything as destructive. I haven't as of yet, anyway.
I've not paid attention. Other than when it first came out, I heard there was, or I read there were some, protests going on, but I don't know if they were just peaceful protests or if they had turned otherwise. There's different footage from different vantage points. You have the vantage point, at least the one I saw, and I don't know if it's the only
Is this
one.
the road and bridge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is body cams
So
from
this
one
will be
of
the
the,
last thing,
Yep.
body cam from one of the officers who responded, but what probably was the clearest picture is they have, what in Detroit they call green light cameras on the corners of the lights at each intersection, is the best way I can describe it, and that showed a lot more than
The body cam,
the body cam.
That's the one I saw, was the one on the straight line.
It's disturbing.
pretty bad. Very.
Tom, do you know who bought the building from the intersection down there? What used to be the theater on the east side? Cause there was a sign up.
Danielle Burke.
I'm sorry?
Danielle Burke.
What are they gonna do with it?
And
I
she's a
like
brewery.
maybe some, like a brewery and eating joint that served catfish.
Yeah.
It was the first. She was.
Last 3 times I've been by there, there's been somebody there working on something.
That's nice to see. It's nice to see.
When did you get?
I didn't catch that one. I guess nobody had. Except Jesse. Here's one for Tom.
Okay. Okay. I thought I looked through all the pages, but apparently I didn't.
Well, I looked through them, I skipped that one too for some reason.
I'd like to bypass all that other paperwork.
I've got- I've got to sign it too. They try to keep these separate on the roll.
Does that look about right?
That blue one's
How-
gotta
where
go.
it started?
This blue one will go in there. No, this was,
I'll come back and get it.
this here will.
Okay,
This is the first to that road and bridge.
I'll have to sign the rest of that later, 'cause I
This
have,
page here's kind of buried in the middle of it.
I've got court at 1:30.
Yeah. You got a big day for tomorrow?
Tuesdays have moved to Wednesday.
They have moved to Wednesday?
Yep, so, Wednesday, Thursday, and some Fridays.
Some other days too.
Signature, isn't it?
No, I looked at it, so why are we hiring a tree service? It's like, never heard of that tree service. Tire, Tom, tire.
Palms Tree Service?
Yeah. Been reading too much, I guess.
They're all over the place.
So did you check out that website,
I got
that
the cat.
dog toy thing?
No, not yet, although, I've seen similar toys like that.
Oh, have you?
I mean, for me, all you gotta have is a tree in the backyard.
Just tie it to the limb?
No, just a limb.
Oh.
I'll just jump up and grab the limb and just hang on it until it rips off the tree.
I knew a guy had a pit bull like that. They had, those guys there, and they had the shed. Dogs.
Well,
Yeah, you can just put them away, because I'll just sign it later.
okay,
They hunt
all right.
antlers,
Mhm.
shed.
So you won't have signed anything?
I told
in
my
this
dad to do
right
that.
now?
Yep, I wanted to get done with that.
This,
That one,
our dog I got now.
usually I'm a little lagging behind.
She's like, it's gotta be moving.
I'll be darned.
They find it? Uh-huh. Really? I had a lab that did quite well at it.
But that's just watching those dogs that catch air when they jump dock diving.
Oh, yeah, I like to watch
Love
that.
watching that.
I probably should have trained this latest bird dog I got to do that, but I thought I'd get her into that. She does real well on birds, but I thought I could get her to do the antler sheds too, but she was not interested. Now she's coming up on 6, so I figure we're
Learning curve
getting,
falling off.
yeah, getting past the threshold of being able to jump out there too far.
Well, have a good day in court, Wade.
Yep, that'll be fun.
Take care, Wade.
Let me know if you need anything.
Thank you. Yeah, they had this booth up there, monster bug with dogs away. Not just pulling the ground, it's got a rope that hangs off of it.
Mhm.
Like one of those.
Tether balls?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
pretty cool. Got to talk to him to see how he did.
See, we had an invoice here to Eagle Creek Quarry. Do we still buy rock from the other quarry, or how's that work?
They
They
go
just
with the
buy-
lowest price in that area.
I see.
Right now, I think that new quarry's got doing selling more than a shear payback.
Uh-huh.
If I remember correctly.
I'm trying, it's hard work.
It's sure an expense that has really increased. Yep. Well, everything has, I guess, but
I remember you can get a load of rock for less than $300. Now it's like $480.
Mhm. It's not cheap.
You done messing it up?
Probably.
Nancy, we've probably seen this before, I just don't recall. Solid waste, we're paying $500 a month for 1 meter They billed us $84.90, and then another meter's $500. They billed us for $157. We're not paying an average on,
That's solid waste,
I'm sorry,
solid waste.
both of them are solid waste. I don't recall being that before, but it could have been too.
Who's the vendor?
I'm sorry?
Who's the vendor?
Statement dates January the 11th.
Who do we pay it to?
Evergy.
Okay, one would be electric for out of the landfill.
Yeah, it's a solid waste.
Yeah, and then
We
the
could
other
move the
one,
statements from $84.90 up to $500, and the other one, $157.95 up to $500.
that might be the one we're prepaying in advance,
That's, I
because
don't remember it being done that way before, maybe.
we have,
But maybe it has.
yeah, we do. Because of our due date,
Yeah, the due date's January 27th.
yeah.
Look, I'm trying to figure out how to get my screen to time.
You're kicking off.
It won't kick off, any and all.
Oh, we set it that way.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We got dark.
Oh, okay. Charge it up. My battery's just about 99% on the computer. That's why I was seeing if it would time out after about 10 minutes, yeah. Just see if I can set it to time out after 10 minutes, and then all you gotta do is just push that button. It comes
Yeah,
back on.
we can fix that for you, for sure.
It just saves batteries. Turn on notification services. I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
All 6 officers have been relieved of duty.
You think? There
Yes.
was 5, they got a 6th one down, and
Yeah.
they're saying there was like another half a dozen standing around watching it.
Yeah.
But they're gonna really drag into it, yeah. I seen that this morning.
You think somebody'd say, whoa.
Yeah, why didn't somebody step up and
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, how can they really think you're gonna get away with that? I mean, somebody's always watching.
Mhm.
Cell phones everywhere. I mean,
Well, they, a lot of things in this country might stop if we go to the Toby Keith and Willie Nelson philosophy of treat my horses.
Exactly, exactly.
That's sad there. I mean, I didn't see anything where he like tried to resist being start, but who knows?
for alleged reckless driving. That's what the pullover was for.
Like I say, it looks like to me, they just walked up, opened his door and yanked him out. But I don't. What led up to that action, I have no idea. I didn't see that part. Yep. It was, what I don't hope that, I don't know how to word it, but I hope somebody don't turn this into a political thing. You know, that, I mean, the Black Lives Matter movement was political, I think. This isn't a Black Lives Matter, it's a life matters, period.
There's 6 officers. 5 officers first off.
Here's a propane bill from MSA to the landfill, $2.95. And 2 of Moore's tanks today was $1.95.
$1 a gallon more.
For 30 cents. $3.95 to 2 and 4.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be that, is it?
Don't tell me we're out. I just get warmed up. We're ready to pass out.
You better get warmed up before you go outside.
That is true.
Huh?
That is true, Noah.
It's got a little bite to it today.
Yeah. It's too bright.
Power button? Oh, boy.
The top, very top.
Pretty cool.
Got the power button on top.
For iPhone, basically. No, sir, I have to pass, thanks anyway. Oh, that's already coming on. Never mind.
That's the best kind.
I took my glasses off. Yep. That's the one I missed last week.
I was gonna look at the date.
25th.
Yeah. You got that one covered.
Yeah, I missed it.
So I've got that planning commission meeting. Planning. Community development meeting last Wednesday, just whipped it.
Seems like I'm needed to drive on Mondays, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You know, I'll be at the 5 days a week. I mean, it just, and they know I can on Monday, so either I send the son out Monday to load, then I'll drive Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, whatever. It's just, I was at Hutchinson three days last week.
I'd say.
For salt or.
Somebody was telling me they've improved that a lot from what it used to be out there. Is that getting loaded out there? Is that correct?
Well, I'm at the food grade plant,
I
so
see.
your hutch salt for your feed and de-icing, it's still slow.
Is it?
Now, the one out of Lyons has gotten a lot better.
I see.
It's gotten a lot better.
And we haul some out there, but I'm not familiar with it.
You still sit out, I mean, Lyons, you know, used to be when they was busy, you'd sit out there, you sit out there 24 hours.
Yeah.
And, now it's, 4 hours max.
I
it
see.
Seems like.
Yeah.
So Hutch, you can sit there at 6,
That's it.
8, maybe.
Huge deal.
We got scheduled on the food grade side. We got to be there at a certain time, unless they break down, then they get back.
And they stay on schedule pretty good.
Yeah.
Good,
Most
good.
good.
Some places have appointments and it's a one-way deal. You get penalized if you're not there, but they don't care if you sit there for
Yeah.
you know the game.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, I can do that. It's just that long to wait.
I know, it's,
We called Buzzard's Pizza on our way out to Pizza Saturday, thought we'll just pick up a pizza on the way home, don't need it. We were still in Pizza, just out of the expo center, or event center, called it in. And I get there and pay, she said, well, it's not quite done yet. 30 minutes later, I'm vibrating. I went up there and I said, here's my $2 and however many cents change you gave me, I'll take my 20 back and be on my way.
mm-hmm.
If I gotta wait another 20, 30 minutes here. She goes, oh no, it's just a little bit longer. Man, I'm telling you. I understand busy, but
Yeah.
there's my $2.50 change, give me my 20 back and I'll be on my way.
Did you get your pizza? You did?
She said, just two more minutes. Okay.
I've been in it for years. I thought then they had good pizza.
No, it's good pizza, but they were extremely busy. It just tells you how well I can wait.
Yeah.
Your patience ran out a long time ago, right?
I can deal with it if I'm sitting in the truck, but I don't like it sitting waiting to eat. We go in somewhere and I'm like, good. Need 45 minutes before we can set you down. No, I don't think I'm being mean. Let's eat. Thank you. We're headed to McDonald's.
Yeah, Golden Arches. Just the orange, or the yellow one, I'm sorry, the yellow one.
Yeah.
There's 5 or 6 of them in there, so,
Yeah, patience is not my virtue when it comes to personal things. I can deal with it for business when I have to, but I'm not very patient. This doesn't work very good for
Sort of
me.
like, dear Lord, grant me patience and I let it down.
I tried, but I tried, Steve.
this is a little bit.
No signature there, Steve, that's just a check.
Okay.
We'll walk in somewhere like that and my wife just looks at me like, here we go. Your day just went downhill.
This KAC meeting, a little bit different from what it was a year or two ago. They normally have 3 sessions for every breakout, and now they just, here's 2 sessions devoted to focus perceptions on health vaccines, property tax, and then the next one right after that, future of vaccines. And then after that's gonna be evaluation on the tax foreclosure sales, why many Kansas counties generate less revenue from their tax foreclosure sales. Got another one on property values, levies, and taxes. You know, some of this has to do with probably the health department and the valuation department.
Yeah.
Angie, here's I'm not sure where that
We
belongs.
lost a,
Thank you.
we lost a gal Friday night. I didn't realize Eldon Thomas's wife passed away.
Oh, really?
Roxanne.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't realize, somebody, don't quote me, about cancer maybe or something. I didn't realize she was that bad. But he just lives 2 miles east of me.
Top right corner. Very top.
Very tough.
Very tough.
Oh, very
I
tough.
don't hold it for a little bit.
Didn't have to hold long.
No, everyone's just a little bit different. I had to think about it for a minute, or I wouldn't do it right, one or the other.
At least this one stayed on for an hour or 2 hours.
Yeah, your extra battery pack, doing the
Sure
job.
helps. Well, if nobody has anything else, we will adjourn at 1:44.
I told you 2 o'clock.
You did, didn't you?
I'm just
Well,
lucky.
Don had that down.
I'm just lucky guess. Look at that courthouse